Holy crap, that is a really freaking cool song. I'm so glad I added that in. What is up, one and all? It is that time to get this show on the road, and I just realized I forgot to actually link through something else. So 1 second. And we are good. All right, there we go. I had to update things. I had to make sure the chat was going to show. Sorry, if you already typed, you don't exist. It's just the way of the world. Fun way to start the Monday. We're kicking off our third place decider between Myriad versus Scully Deckle, and then we got some series to start plowing into. You know, got things like Lock versus Sass, Jiff versus Voldemort, GUA versus Knock Knock, and plenty more coming in as the hours passed. Oh man, that Friday stream was something. Thank you everyone who joined in for that. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a unique thing. It's definitely something we're doing more of. I honestly think it's actually, in a really warped way, a lot of fun. You know, it's a lot of torture, but you guys just get to sit there and enjoy the suffering. We did manage to complete Sonic using only our voice Green Hill Zone in under 7 hours, which in hindsight, if I'd been a bit more smart with like the controls that I'd placed, I think we could have probably done it in 4 or 5, which would have given me a lot less footage to have to scrape through. Seriously, I think I put like 6 hours of editing in yesterday, maybe 5-6 hours already. And I'm like, we still got probably a third, maybe half of the work to do on this thing. So that's gonna be an interesting one. And that will be more content of that type coming on the channel, varying games. I'm already looking at some newer games like Octopath Traveler. We've got some interesting ones like Euro Truck, Elder Scrolls, Fallout. There's a lot of ideas. If people have ideas they think they're cool for suffering and interesting to watch simultaneously, then always let me know. And I'll add it to my always expanding list of ideas. Seriously, I feel like I'm just adding so many to that thing, but it's a good thing. It's good. It's like it's good that I'm coming up with a lot of ideas. I mean, a lot of them will just end up being like trashed here. We won't do this. It's not good, right? Because like you want to get the best of the best. But I think also I'm realizing that like, you know, I just need to, with a lot of them, just test them without thinking about it too much to see if it's a good idea anyway. My goal is to get to the point where I like treat my go live as, okay, let's have some fun and see what this is today. And then the YouTube is the proof of the pudding, which I think really is the healthy way of doing content creation anyway. 1 second. So what we got here, sorry, I just realized close the window. What do you think about the series over the weekend? Some great games. Really interesting, actually. Pretty dominant from Vortex, which, I mean, he's marked as my guy to win. He keeps winning my KP mem, so might as well just make it not look like a fluke. But, you know, Marine Lord 4-2ing Beastie, I don't think that was too surprising. I think it was more surprising that Beastie clean swept Wham, considering, like, he's only recently coming back into competitive, right? And Wham has been looking astounding. He 3-0'd Marine Lord, remember. But the fact that Anatan almost had Marine Lord, I do kind of wonder what would have happened if it was Anno versus Beastie there. Because, like, power rankings logic, you know, Marine Lord obviously best of the low ranks now. But then the Beastie or the Anatan is the question mark. I mean, Anatan really just has been leveling up his game time and time again. But cool to see these spicy different outcomes, man. Gonna be intrigued to see how Poppy Paw versus Vortex in particular plays out. Oh, man, I need to get a drink. 1 sec. My throat is really not there. Gotta open up more Red Bull. Oh, dude, I wonder what cool things they'll have for Red Bull World. They always cook up some really creative things. There's really creative things they give to the players and the content creators. So I'm kind of wondering what they're going to do this year. What's the most British thing you could do for, like, Wallalaw merch? Maybe some inspirational banners or, like, you know, carry-on type ones. That might work. So we have got Myriad versus Gully Deckle. I actually ahead of time should have checked they haven't played too many games, but I can't imagine how they would have. They weren't in the EGC finals. So, I mean, that's the upside of having 2 players in your third place matchup that aren't in the EGC tournament right now. You get to cast their games on the Monday. Ah, delicious apple. I need to bump my guy, actually. When was the last time I got a Red Bull Walker? I just realized I haven't looked in a while. So I'm now curious. I might need to nudge him. I don't want to wait too close to Christmas, because then it's like, oh. November 16th. So we're kind of coming up on it. So I'll probably like double check him like, hey, am I in the all-med system? I don't want to be Red Bull-less over Christmas. Get some honey for throat. It's not that bad. I'm actually surprised how well my throat held on, considering like we had 7 hours of yelling commands and screaming about it. Like seriously, some of that content, oh my god. It was freaking wild. For those that don't know what we done, we basically we played through the entire first zone of Sonic using only our voice, including being Eggman. So every command was done with speech, but the speech model was really bad. Like the built-in Microsoft one is really bad at detecting British accents. So like for example, I'd say jump and it would hear John, or I would say down and it would hear jump. Seriously, I'm not even making this up. It's that bad. But we powered for it, man. We powered for it. Okay, so we have got a new map coming this week, by the way. Avali's been cooking. We've added his latest batch of meth. Wait, probably should say to the rotation. So we've got a map called Tundra coming through. I just need to find. Has Gully been playing a bunch of practice games? He has. Pain in my backside. All right. What is Myriad's account called now? Changed his stupid name. Oh, sorry, no, he didn't. He just has that line between his clan tag. Why can't we just go back to clan tag dot name? Like that. I'm tired of all these different iterations. Just keep it standard flow, baby. Come on. So before we get to the new maps for the week, we're gonna head into our third place. Like I said, opening up is gonna be Himiyama Ottomans versus the Delhi for game number 1. Third pick podcast on English, dude. You're like the biggest Gully fan, man. And it's only because he picks English. If he stops doing that, you'll just flip back to like being a Divine fan if he ever returns, right? All right, let's get ready to go. Times are changing. A new third place matchup, the KPMM. Gully, Deco, and Mirai making their first appearances here. Let's dive into the action. Himiyama is first on the chopping block with a green on green. Ottomans versus the Delhi, and also one of those players is wearing the green. What is up? Welcome back for a caster game. Okay, so Myriad, I think a lot of people have him kind of accoladed to be the favorite in this matchup, but I gotta say, Gully's been having a great week. He's actually impressed me. Like, you know, obviously didn't make it to the finals, but there's no shame in that when you consider the opponents in the way. He put up a pretty fierce fight, and he's got some creative strategies. Like, even on the draft, man, having English being a priority third pick is so freaking unusual. And already on the opening, having Ottomans, I really do believe in, like, Ottomans over Delhi on land-specific maps. It's just a skill-based expression. However, when you add in water, it does get a little bit different. Delhi have got an edge there, one that Ottomans would struggle to match. And you can see he's not going to try. He doesn't go for the racks open, he goes to the military school. Logical here. If he went for the racks, you're going to have to hard commit into fishing boat spam. Fishing boat spam that can easily start sniping you down over time. And not to mention the Scholar's already going to be there. So if you dive in too soon to try and deal with the villagers, the Scholar can heal them up and they can fight back. It's just not a winning recipe. We'll hit the 2x just for the other game here. So, what's going to be the game strat here? Myriads, with the extra food blow, I assume Ghazi. Have to be a little bit careful into Sipahi, though. Typically, the big problem is, like, when you play against Ottomans, you can't go one unit density unless, say, maybe you're French Knights. The reason, and even they tend to diversify, is your opponent with a meta can easily just focus fire his defenses around melee or ranged. What you want to do is kind of have a 50-50 composition in the feudal age, so that the ultimate player can only choose attack speed, which is still an advantage, but it isn't a crippling advantage. Minaret Madras is going to be coming through. Myriad, of course, is going to be slowing this deck up, as expected here, due to the fact he has gone up to 4 fishing boats, which is where I'd expect him to stop. Is he going to pull the villagers back? It's kind of interesting, the detail of leaving the villagers here. I love the fact he also brought 2 just in case the Ottomans had sent out 1 villager. He didn't want to get in a one-on-one bout. Speeds are going to be a little bit of a nuisance. Murad, realizing actually may need to bring a few people over. I don't know why he thought he needed the villagers, though. He realized that Scholar would make it home in time, but not before wasting and idling a little bit. But Dome of Faith going to be coming through now. And you see exactly why Gully didn't over-invest into aggro here in the Dark Age. You either would have ended up wasting your time hitting units on the gold that you can't kill, or you would end up wasting time hitting the dock while the fishing boats would kill you. Either side of that coin is not a good deal. Dome of Faith gonna be slowly coming in here, but it does mean that Gully Deckle, of course, is gonna be out starting playing the military schools. Good advantage to have with this type of timing. You really need it when you're up against the fishing as well. Chop through is looking pretty good as well. Look at the flow. I love that. The way he optimized that. So he takes out Straggler Tree here, and then he's obviously already on his way out. Could have been a little bit better on building the lumber camp and then dropping off, but overall just keeping it clean. He needed that drop off anyway to get the blacksmith timing to actually make these military schools good. Efficient production. Out on the way from your head. Notice how different it is when Delhi play the water. It's a clear advantage, but it comes at a disadvantage. Normally, you begin Feudal Age, and you already have the efficient production in, which gives you the double production rate on a production building. But there's not that much production here. There may have been a lot of production in my sentence, but for him, he's still going to be idling himself out in terms of efficiency, because he can't actually use those scholars for the good part. Interesting. Murad actually going archers first here, despite the fact he's got a no Sipahi here coming, but he's trying to respect the 3 spearmen that are already in the field. Problem is, it's a pretty big investment to add in the archery range to do this. You know, it's not like, for example, you have a multi-production building like Macedonians where you can build an archer and then pivot back into spears. So instead, he's going to have to go burn a lot more wood and look to get the stables online. Timing is at least going to be good for efficient production in 5 and stables in about 10. Gully will be adding in double stables himself. Kind of have to. If you want to mirror the Ghazi production rates, as long as you can afford it, of course. You know, because it takes you 25 seconds with the blacksmith. Meanwhile, your opponent is only going to take 13 seconds with a scholar garrison inside. This is a big part of what makes Delhi just feel so inherently impactful early on in the game. It's you reach this feudal age, all of a sudden your transition is twice as swift as another civ would be, courtesy of just popping a single scholar inside. Is he just Rus? I mean, in fairness, I don't know about this strat for Myriad. The fact he hasn't added an Arax yet is questionable. When he knows what Ottoman's going to do. Like, it's kind of obvious, right? And what's weird about his build is because he went Archer into Ghazi, technically Sipahi can just beat all of that. You don't need to build anything else. Like, it's... I think he just punched the freest ticket imaginable for Gully. And it's crazy. His macros all over the place, right? He's got 600 food. And with 3 on gold, I don't think this is a fast castle build. I mean, he'd be crazy for it. I think Ottomans is one of the best civs in the game at punishing these semi-fast castle timings, where you just don't, unless you invest into a lot of spears, they can dive and kill you. It actually used to be the Ottomans, when we were in the fast castle Japanese meta, Ottoman Mass Sipahi Feudal was actually one of the best ways of dealing with that strategy. Villagers, oh, they get up in time. Sagazi will not be able to find a free kill there. Nicely played by Gully. Threads the needle. Has his own raid group prepping. I'm a bit worried here though. Myriad, what do you actually have to deal with 5 Sipahi with a meta? Oh no, we're about to find out. Moving into the tree line. Interesting that Gully backs away, shies up that easily. Then again, the archers, I mean, he has undermesh as well. Like, I don't know if you have to run away from that, actually. Maybe Gully doesn't want to go for the healer, the Imam point. Because I feel like you just poke in here and then go Imam point afterwards. You know, with 5 of these bad boys having 4 ranged armor at this point, these archers are kind of irrelevant. Especially considering Myriad hasn't even got Blacksmith tech. Think about the build he done here. 1-1-1. He had to go through every single type of production before he could even then think about adding in Blacksmiths. He's heavily delayed on where he realistically should be here for Delhi. And that's a trade-off of A, the dock, and B, the choice to open with archers. Oops. That is ignorant. He will at least be able to find a scholar in return. Sipahi can fight the Ghazi quite well, by the way. They have more health, they have better attack speed, and they have extra range. Like, there's not too much to be threatened by here. I wonder if he's baiting him into a melee switch, maybe? Okay, yeah, turns now. Still has the ranged armor on, though, but the archers have caught up, so that's not a bad idea. He does see the spearman. Myriad finally completing that triangle. But Gully now going into archers. I mean, I kind of like this move for him, just archer plus Sipahi. Because we're getting to that critical count, right? Like, you're talking about 50% more Sipahi than Ghazi in the field. It's crazy when you consider how much more expensive Sipahi are than Ghazi. You know, it's 140 versus 160. Yet, he's 50% higher on the count against Fishing Delhi. Like, this Murad, though, does go into the base, looks at the gold workers, will be able to cut them off. Club them down. So, -2 workers. Gully, very neglectful there. Too busy camping on the sacred sites. Has got a few Sipahi slipping to the base, however. Will look to even the affair, and in fact, with the movement speed, will do exactly that. North side, though. Spears are a little bit problematic, but technically, this is a fight he could take. I mean, if Gully just commits to an Imam point, but he's being so greedy. He goes military score over healing, so all the damage done here is permanent. Me a little bit surprised by this choice, actually. I wonder what Gully's thought process is. I guess because Myriad built archers up like this, he doesn't want to risk the healers dying straight away in the fight. But you have to think of it more like a poor man's Abbey of Kings. Your Imam's goal isn't to be in the fight healing you. Your Imam's goal is to simply heal you up when you come home. Clash. Ghazi are gonna be able to win this fight with the Scholar's assistance anyway, yeah. Okay, so a little bit ugly there from Gully. He's starting to get outnumbered as well. It's a great find though. Hello, the archers out of position, Sipahi. Starting to rotate in. He's got his own archers arriving, so Spearman can't hang around, and this is the punch to the throat he needed. Get straight on top of them. They can holler for help, but it ain't going to come quick enough. Nice switches over to the attack speed. Most of the archers are gone. The ranged armor doesn't matter anymore. It's just about beating down the Ghazi. The Raiders finally switch over onto the Ottoman's archers, but far too late. Gully takes a huge fight here in the center. We'll end up losing the meta, but now the follow-up is what concerns me. Myriad looks like he was maybe thinking about castle or miss-macroing. He doesn't have the remastered Ghazi. He just has archers. This is where Gully should have agency on the map because he's the one with the premium cav en masse. Goodness gracious. What a spin. What a crazy spin at that. Just one fight. I mean, it just shows you how strong this timing is for Ottomans. What's up, Makomi? I appreciate the raid, buddy. I hope you had a good stream. Just in time for everyone to witness the Sipahi goldenness. Villagers also just randomly walking out. Archer count decent enough to start sniping down those spears. Sipahi Raiders have been reduced in count. That's because they split up. They're looking elsewhere on the map. Myriad is going to get found out on the berries here while his entire army is distracted. Distract fairly swift, but with archers plus Sipahi, difficult to ever react quick enough, especially when they activate the attack speed. Gully could be a little bit better on the A-click move, A-click move. He's just got them on an attack click right now. Will not stop them from finding additional kills. Remember, Myriad, that fishing that's keeping him afloat, that's keeping him even on the eco, is about to disappear. He's down to the last 200 food, and then that's going to be -4 eco. Myriad just looking like he's held hostage. still blobbing up more archers because he needs to deal with that back line. In an ideal world, you'd be spears, but against this many archers, it feels impossible. And another strike, they're just so quick. You like Ottoman way more in this matchup? Agreed. They've just been getting better and better. I think even before people really start to take Spy seriously, this was like a 55-45 in favor of Ottomans if both players were perfectly executed. The reason it didn't show in stats is Delhi were easier to dominate with if there was a lot of mistakes on both sides. But gradually, as players have gotten more and more comfortable with Sipahi and maximizing their potential, it feels like Delhi struggle a lot. Remember, this was a situation where they had fishing on their side. They had that eco-inflate, yet still they were no match for the best light cavalry in the game. Archers out again. Archers diving in to try and get rid of those spears. Sipahi are going to force the commitment, but there's not really any spearmen left here. Sipahi, if they just go in with fortitude on the archers, everything's going to get erased. He is hanging around, hugging close to his own archer mass. The second wave comes in, and oh my lord, was he holding back? Ghazi down. Archers running, tucking tail to head back to base. Hear it again. That infamous overflow of food. Just nothing to do with it. I feel like he keeps looking for castle. Either that or it's just an overfocus on micro. You have to realize Myriad is a high APM player, but his APM primarily comes from unit movements. He's a Dota player. He's one of those Dota players that likes to spam bit. I'm there with him. I do it myself. But it means that he's spending a lot of extra time micromanaging what his units are doing in a direct fight, and it's leading to this overflow of resources. So that after he loses a fight like that, he doesn't immediately have an answer back to jump out the base with. He has to give more territory, give more time and favorability to the German kid. Gully, now with the commitment in, there's no spears. This is it. Sipahi, they see it. Fortune gets activated. They get right round the back. Scholar's going to absorb some of the shots, but no doubt about it. Game number 1 in the bag for Gully. The guns are just the cherry on top. The buckshot to the teeth to boot Myriad out. G to the G. Game number 1 victory for Gully Chad. That's pretty good. I forgot to enter the map, didn't I? Whoops. That'll be a right side win. That's Ottomans beating the Delhi. Let's see what we've got next. Buff Spearmen. What are you on about? Just build more Spearmen. Forehead. Like what? Like if you're losing, you just haven't built enough Spearmen. That's the problem. So next up, I mean, Myriad has actually got what should feel like 2 free tickets in this series, right? He's got Sengoku, and then he's also got Lancaster. So this should be a pretty close one. And he's going to be bringing out Sengoku next. So it's going to be Sengoku Daimyo going up against Chinese. Whoa, actually, whoa. Oh, damn. All right, this could start to backfire pretty quick then. A strong start for the kiddo, but hope may quickly start to evaporate. It's Sengoku Daimyo time. This Civ, even with a nerf, still feels like an absolute beast. And why is my camera so insanely large? I only just realized that. We'll fix that in a second. But Gully Deckle is trying to contest it with China. My concern here is that is a bait. China versus Sengoku on Pigeon's View. You're going to be looking over your shoulder every second for ninjas. Yeesh. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2 of our third place matchup for week number 15 of our 40-week esports circuit. Oh my god, dude. I swear I'm going to be great by the end of it. 40 weeks. What kind of idiot would commit to 40 weeks of tournaments? I don't think anyone else can, like, if you combine all their tournaments, they're not coming close to burning that many days on a tournament. Jeez. Yeah, kind of insanity. But this should be an insane one. China, possible to lose these days, question mark? Honestly, against Sengoku, anything is possible. Sengoku Daimyo, even after the changes where they've nerfed the damage buff on their ninjas, where they've tweaked all these different things, there's no denying this Civ is still an absolute beast of nature. So difficult to beat, and a perfect map to use those ninjas on with all the stealth forest you get on Pigeon's View. And not just that, it's the opening hot dog stands. We've already got the yatais moving out. They're going to generate food. Obvious target going to be towards the boar. And it's a cheeky matchup as well. I think China isn't very good at stopping Sengoku initially with this plan. They can open quickly with archers or horsemen, but the Dark Age is not territory which Chinese like to play in. Which means the Yatai are going to get a good ROI. They're going to pay themselves off before being pushed back. And even when they are pushed back, are you freaking kidding me? Oh my god. That is... So he got double berry, double deer berry. I mean, it's a ridiculously stacked spawn. There is a negative, and that's that these food sources are all on the front side of his base. So if Gully chooses to be aggressive, he can punish him for this spawn. But that's the big if he's going to be aggressive. I mean, you'd expect China to be aggressive these days. It's not really a civ that sits back and just watches the news anymore. They make the news. Hopefully his sake he does. I just don't like the look of this if he just chooses to go pro scouts and sit at home. So Imperial Academy going to be coming through, as is the norm. Gully, it doesn't look like... 2 on gold doesn't feel like he's being greedy, right? If this was 3 on gold, I'd expect this to be a play into pro scouts. And he hasn't rushed the wood like crazy. It's only 2 on wood currently. So I think there's probably some aggressive expectations here. But he definitely needs to get more on wood to achieve that timing. Can he get tight excavate relics as well? No. Because it's not... Actually, no. No, it can't. Because we've been over this before. Like, it has a garrison, but it can't actually garrison. We literally had Winston in chat to confirm it. Because he was like, uh-oh, I didn't realize it still had that icon. It shouldn't. And then we tested it, and apparently you couldn't get in a building. And they can cap POIs, by the way. Point of interest can be captured. My point, though, is like the relic discussion. For that, to excavate relics, you have to garrison a worker inside. And although it's classified as a worker, you can't garrison. Fun little detail, by the way. Ironically, in Sengoku Mirrors, Spearman should be super effective against Yatai. Because you get the Daimyo stay, and you do 1.5 times the damage. The other one that's kind of interesting to think about, actually, is Hippodrome Horseman. I actually really like the idea of Hippodrome Horseman against Sengoku, but probably going to have to see one more round of nerfs before it's viable, just because of how powerful the Yari Cavalry are. Coca Township, still as powerful as always, though. Coming in now. Gully has pulled back off of the gold, so as we confirmed, definitely no pro scouts. Instead, we should be looking at probably Archer beginning? Or Horseman. Horseman. Okay, yeah. Wait. There we go. I think Archer beginning makes more sense. Your opponent doesn't have units out yet. So you want to be able to just kind of harass, chase these Yatai. Also maybe poke raid into the base before your opponent gets online. You can still just go like Rax archery here. It's not the worst of ideas considering you're expecting your opponent to go Yari. But it really comes down to the opening. Like if Myriad commits to double stables, it makes sense to go Spearman. Otherwise, if he goes one stable, you might want to consider Horseman, as weird as that sounds, just because it's very easy at that point for Sengoku to go stable archery. Stables is going to hit the field. Does Ryokan need a buff? Yes. Koka is probably going to need another tweak, I think. I think it needs kind of a rework. I think the damage buff should have actually stayed 50%, but only affected bonus damage. So there's that. And then the other thing is that Ryokan is just fundamentally flawed. You know, it's cool that it gives 300 wood of savings because it gives you a lot of houses. But the negative Ryokan, if you guys remember, that's the one that gives you free health back after being out of combat for 5 seconds. The problem with that is the out of combat tag, I think, is 5 seconds already. And then on top of that, it's fire 8 seconds. Then on top of that, you have to wait another 5 seconds. So after you finish combat, you have to wait 10 seconds to receive free health. It's a fundamentally flawed concept because they've locked the free HP behind a 5-second wait. And you can be hit by a wolf or hit by a stray arrow in that time, meaning if you get to 4.5 seconds, you get hit, you get no healing. Archers are going to arrive forward. Good use in Stealth Forest coming in there. Ninjas are just going to try to slow things down, and Yari Cavalry already on the way to Yarp Gully's archers to the Ignis. Yeah, this is what I was kind of worried about. He did step up a little bit far there. I don't feel like you're ever going to get that kill. You just want to kind of scare the Yatai home. Maybe if he'd gone for Steeled Arrow, it could have made sense, but... He could have... Like, actually, he could have afforded it. And similar to Myriad's issues in game number 1, we're seeing it for Gully now. He's so fixated on micro and the archers. He's misbackering a crap ton here. He's got 500 wood. There's no reason to have this much wood. Yeah, he needs more people on food, if anything. But the problem now is because he didn't go pro scouts, had to be out on the deer. I don't think not going pro scouts is a critical mistake here. I think like there's ways you can play this, but you know, you need to be prepped ahead of time. For example, you need to have Spearman coming as the first Yadi coming. And he does end up just going back for it, yeah. I mean, at this point, like, you see Yadi, you can't come out on the map now. So this feels like a reactionary pro scouts rather than a proactive pro scouts. But for good reason. Like, coming out as a death sentence. But it does mean Myriad is going to be less pressured. Except for this moment, that one villager is going to get punished. That's played there. Gully Decker able to get the first worker kill. Sengoku needs no buff. I think Ryokan absolutely needs a change. The Ryokan is a silly, silly landmark. It should heal you by 1 health every 1.5 seconds, is my take. If you math that out, it's pretty comparative to the metrics right now, but it actually makes more sense. They buff something, they need to nerf your time. I think you could. I honestly think, like, I would rather have your tie be higher risk, higher reward. Like, for example, why give them a base rate? Why don't we make it 0 and then increase each of these metrics by, like, 1? Alongside the Yatai's health being nerfed, of course. Because they are way too tanky. I think Yatai should maximum have, like, 200 HP in Dark Age. And then probably 300 in Fiddle into 370 in Castle. And I'm fully aware that Sengoku is a Mega Balls busted. My point is around Ryokan being like one of the crappiest landmarks in that. It's kind of this, you know what? It reminds me of the choice in Castle, actually. Do you remember when Sengoku was first being experimented with and everyone went for the religious landmark? And I was like, why are we doing this? Oh, God. But, you know, going on to Pigeon's View when your opponent has Sengoku and picking a good Civ, why did we do this is what I'm starting to also wonder. Myriad is just milking it, man. Yari just getting anything they want, even with match speed. Still get a double kill. And of course the Yuumi follow-up. I mean, this is usually the nail in the coffin type feeling. Yuumi mass up so quick. To the point they had to be nerfed, remember. They used to be only 60 resources. They increased to be 65. So, you know, Japan gets theirs cheaper compared to Sengoku. But, like, even with this change, it's not really stopped the idea of what makes it so good. You blob fast. You're still blobbing cheaper. You're getting more health on these Yuumi, courtesy of the estates. And then if you go for Oda estates afterwards, you're getting a +1 damage that makes you a regular archer on DPS. While being faster and ever so slightly squishier. It's a little bit silly. Like, literally, there's only 5 HP difference between these archers currently. Koga's way too good. I think it's a combo meal. Koga is definitely too good, but Ryokan is also just weirdly bad in the way that it's being, like, fought out. It also confused a lot of players. I remember a lot of players, like, didn't understand what it done at first. There's a few things in the expansion that have that, where the way they've been described and the execution is complicated and confusing. Wait, what? Oh, no, that had to be a misselect. It's happened again, by the way. Gully has 1,000 wood. What? But all right, I guess if he ever makes Wall, his animal is gonna be the beaver. Good lord. And what? Oh my god, the panic! Like we're 11 minutes into the game, and he doesn't even have blacksmith. This is over. Ninjas have to be coming soon, right? Yeah, they're available right now. And here they are. Frags out, baby. It's only a 40% buff now. What's the problem? Does actually dodge most of the hits, but the problem is all the other tech advantages are way too high. It's double melee, ranged armor and attack, and enough to attack and kill China in their infancy. An 11-minute GG, and Myriad now on the board. What do you think about Macedonian Dynasty? Macedonians have some matchups where you just can't beat them. Yeah, it's like super polarizing, right? Like there's some civs that they will just take a crap on and some they won't. Like we had a game, was it 2 weeks ago, chat? It was Delhi versus Macedonians. I was like, oh, this should just be a Delhi win. I think it was Mahodo's game. And he done like mass feudal Pharangi. And I was like, I don't know how he's winning this right now. Because technically, like healing is just OP. So, you know, there's some matchups where, you know, if you don't have healing on your side, you can't necessarily get much out of Fast Castle. I think Macedonians have like some cheesy Pharangian crap. Then there's the cavalry matchups where, like, quite frankly, you have to execute really freaking well not to just die to Mass Ridari. We've seen even like Japan, who has one of the best cav options. Like if you get into the late game, it feels like you have to go even later to even up against Ridari. Like you kind of have to force Imperial Age. So 1-1. Any Feudal Knight Civ can beat Macedonians pretty easily. Maybe. I think Adgamath are kind of problematic because of their cost. And then you have the other issues, like archers are slow to scale, right? Because they're more expensive too. And the big problem you have there is like Feudal Knights don't necessarily die easily. Like you basically, really to kick off the game well for Macedonians, if your opponent's going to fight you in the Feudal Age, you want them to build a few units that die quickly. Because you want that first runestone. And the other issue with Knights is like Knights can just run away from you. Okay, so next up we've got Order of the Dragon versus English. Jesus Christ, this guy is just picking the same thing in Phrygian. I'm taking Phrygian marshes out. I've had enough of this crap. He always picks English. It's all he does, okay? Everyone's like, oh, golly, Paul, golly, what? No, it's all he does. All right. What has happened to the size of... this? Why is this so big? If I change it there, did it change it in the other scene for when we... Yeah, it does. Oh, that's annoying. I need to figure out a way for that to not manipulate the size of both scenes. Oh, I see why. Because, yeah, both scenes are technically the same scene, I think. No, wait, they're not. They are, but they're not. It's weird that it scales it like that, though. Because it shouldn't. I'm going to have to look into that one later. Because, like, if I enable... I don't know why the media cam thing is over there, by the way. So if I... Sorry, guys. Just need to check this quickly. Yeah. Oh, okay. I think I know what's causing that. Like, the basically, both of the scene asset things are fully... They're too associated, basically. So if I do... I think what the solution would be is... I'll just fix this now, because otherwise I'll forget about it later. Is if I just change this one to be... So if I create a replica... If I first... Give me a sec, guys. So video capture device. Add existing. I think it was 4. Yep, that's the one. Oh my god. Wait, you can actually do that? My power. Oh, dude, I actually got the perfect size. That is so... Damn, that's skill. Alright, and then... I just want to delete the other one. So, I mean, this is just saving me work on future days. You guys are just having to sit through my tech issues being fixed. So now I can do this. Yep. Also, shouldn't this be here? I really need to connect my backup mouse onto the laptop. I'm making this so much harder. Can we just respect my production skills with like a trackpad? That's the next challenge. We'll play Doom with trackpad. All right, there we go. So now if I do this, fixed it. It's so weird. Basically, for those who don't know, when you use OBS, what it does is it like copy and pastes. So like, if you copy and paste, it inherits it, like it clones it, so it keeps the original thing's details. It's really weird. Why is everything so yellow? Seems like there's a filter on the game. We do not do that. Like, there was a... Actually, do we still do that? Maybe we do. Yeah, that's right, we still do. Sorry. But we basically color correct slightly because the game looks like ass. It's way... Like, all the colors are way too dried out. I think we can agree, right? Like look. That's 1. That's 2. 1, 2. Which one do you guys prefer? We've done this before, and like most people literally just jump on 2 straight away. You guys, what? You guys actually prefer it without? Why? Really? Like, we got flooded with 2s last time we done this test. Don't you guys think it looks way too dried out like that? Are you guys just all on freaking OLED monos or something? You don't think the game looks dry ass like that? It's oversaturated. I'd argue that the game is like way too dry in colors in general. Like, for example, here, like, look. So, for example, we come over here. So it's currently got the color on, right? Like, dude, oh my god, you can see the difference straight away that it makes in like the forestry colors, right? So, boom. You don't think that looks drab? Because that's with it off, and that's with it on. It's also only, I think we only color corrected by like 0.5%. 0.05 saturation extra. Is that a preset? No. So the way this works is we use our recording software to slightly alter. I mean, I can show you here like this. We slightly alter like this. So this is what we're doing. So we literally have a color correction. So we mess with a few things. So like the gamma, for example, gets brought down ever so slightly, which like you do that because if you don't bring the gamma down, you see how it like makes it too washed in the color. So it's a combo meal of like you're darkening the game slightly to then increase the color ratio. Same with contrast, actually. Like, I mean, technically, I think even that might be. Do you see how that changes things? Whereas before we were at 0.2, which... Yeah. So then these yellows the biome. That's true. I mean, this is European temperate, though, no? Which is basically what, like, most games are played on. You do the same in AMD Adrenaline? Exactly. I tried Radeon image sharpening. That wouldn't do anything for this. So the problem... So the problem of quality that you will see on your version of what you're watching is because of the limitations of live stream platforms. Live stream platforms very much kind of limit what you can or can't do based on bitrate. So what you're getting, your issue with sharpening, like the whole sharpening question, that doesn't fix the problem because the problem is fundamentally bitrate. The reason things will look blurry in the first place is because the bitrate is too low, and that's not, sadly, like I can't do anything about that because Twitch are cheap assholes. Like they limit the bitrate you can do. Even YouTube technically like has problems with this because what YouTube does is it doesn't limit your bitrate as much, but it compresses the data, so you still run into a similar issue. This is just all to do with live stream platforms, just not really allowing anyone who does have the bandwidth to send the true scale of bandwidth. You know, a lot of these techs are outdated. So one of the big problems, like Twitch, for example, is Twitch uses X264 encoding, which nowadays AV1 encoding is available. And AV1 encoding is technically better for live streaming because AV1 encoding packs a lot more quality on low bitrate than H264. Yeah. Always thought my stream looked a bit weird compared to other AOE4 streams. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I really am curious, like, what people prefer. Because, like, here's the thing as well. Like, so this, I'll give you a little bit of insight before we hop into game properly. This was, like, experimented with, not just by me, but also by Merlin. Merlin experimented with this a lot. And he found proof in his YouTube videos where, like, when he started changing and messing with the color correction to make it a bit more poppy, everything, like his viewership statistics, watch duration, etc., went up. So like that was part of the information, and kind of we had a supporting arc as well compared to some of our older videos. It's like it's a thing I'm mixed on because like technically you're changing the viewing experience based on what people would normally see. It's like if you went and watched Dota 2, you wouldn't want to watch Dota 2 down like this level when everyone's always at this level. They're building a lot more data centers. Hope they'll stop being cheap at the bitrate. I doubt it, considering just how cheap in general they are across the board. Like, you're talking about a company that literally just introduced a 1,000 subs gifted option to try and milk a little bit more cash. Also, have you guys seen the most recent deals available to streamers? Like PUBG. But PUBG, you guys see the PUBG campaign complaints about the rates they offer? They're offering like $0.1 per viewer, which is less than a tenth of the industry standard. I can confirm this, by the way. On my back end, under sponsorships, I had an offer to stream, I think it was 2 hours of PUBG for $50 with a maximum payout of $64. That is really bad for anyone wondering. That is an atrocious rate offering because although my viewership is like down a bit, we're still a 234 CCV average streamer. So like, by comparison, it should have been an offering of about $400+. So yeah, I don't know if they're getting less cheap. It kind of feels like it's the other way. All right, I'm gonna quickly like you know what? We need to get in the game. Let's do a poll. Screw it. What do you want? Saturation on, decolored, normal. Go. I'll run a poll on YouTube as well, so you guys can be included. Do you prefer slightly increased saturation? Default color. More dry? / cold colors. Alright. I've got 2 polls running. You guys can dance up and down them quickly. Oh. And then after that poll's done, I'll either turn it on or off, and then we'll get into game. Okay? I actually do kind of want to turn it off, though, because I just realized I used that same game capture for all my games, so it means I've actually been oversaturating other games by accident. Oops. Didn't realize that until now. So YouTube is currently 2 votes at 100% saturation. And let's see what you guys are at. Oh, so I'll let you guys see the visuals of this. You guys are decolored normal 5-2. YouTube 2 votes so far. I mean, I'm expecting YouTube to have a lot less votes. Twitch has got to prove themselves the more interactive platform here. Kappa. Because basically those like the community environments of YouTube and Twitch are very different. Like Twitch is technically a more engaged platform is the idea, whereas YouTube is, I think, a more in the background, not necessarily watching. You want you to start the game? Then hurry up and vote. It's a poll that's literally lasting 40 more seconds. What's going on? Like, dude, have you got a train to catch? Like, have your children and wife been taken hostage by a sequence of honey badgers and gorillas hiding out in the jungle, and you need to quickly book it out there to make a ransom payment? What's going on? What's the panic? All right, decolored got 6. I guess we're gonna turn the decolored on. No, screw it. What do I care? All right, switching over now. We'll trigger this. We'll get on with it. Boom, there you go. 7 votes, and it was almost 50-50 on YouTube as well. There you go. You now have a dry-looking game. If you do not like this, you know who to blame. You blame your neighbors in the chat. All right, let's get into it. We got them the right way around? We have. Someone take English away from this guy. It's unbelievable. Every single week he turns up, and every single week it is this pick in the swamps. It's almost like English people fantasizing about invading the Dutchlands as we hop into game 3 of our 3rd place match, where Gully has once again picked the English. Myriad goes to order the dragon. Please tell me he's not doing what I think he's gonna do. Is this gonna be... He's not going to do the 2TC strat, right? I don't know how I feel about the 2TC strat against this. I'm not entirely convinced. We saw it tried by HRE, and uh-oh, I've got a Freya. What do you want?
I'm going to show you. You know got me one.
Oh, you got Christmas cards?
Yeah.
It's early game. You guys have got nothing else to watch.
This is from Luna.
Oh, from Luna, yeah.
That's from Luna Fortress, Smith. And this is from Matt.
Esme?
Look,
That's very nice.
From Esme.
Oh, wow. You got it from Esme.
Yeah. It's like a penguin.
Is this the funnest way to do the early game of Age of Empires 4?
What that is?
That's Daddy's new microphone control so that he can turn the mic on. See? They can or can't hear us.
It's your mirror, it's your mirror.
Freya, who do you think is going to win? Gully Deckle or Myriad? Gully Deckle or Myriad?
I have a good idea.
You have a good idea?
Myriad!
Okay. Do you think Myriad's going to win?
Myriad.
That's Gully. You're pointing at Gully. You think Gully's going to win?
No.
Oh, you think he's going to win?
Yes, Gully.
Okay, well, there you go, guys. You have your prediction. All right, you want to go play a mummy? Daddy's got to do some work. You've got to go play a mummy. I know she's your second favorite parent, but it's okay.
I don't want to play with her.
But you've got to. Go play with Ezra.
No.
Say bye to stream.
I want to play with someone. I
Blow kisses. Mwah. Off you go. Take cards. Yes, go on. Go on, friend. I love you. All right, she's very mopey. Bye, Frey. So Abbey of Kings coming in, Arhan Chapel. See, guys, wasn't that more entertaining than 2.5 minutes of us introducing Frisian Marshes for like the 100th time? And then just talking about the fact they're going to do 2TC, which was pretty obvious from the get-go. Like, let's be real. We always knew that this was going to be the way. Yeah, I guess like Order the Dragon is better at 2TC than English, than HRE rather, but than English is the big question mark. Because I think Gully had, who was it who tried it against him? Someone tried 2TC against him on the same week with HRE. It really didn't end well. But, you know, at least with OOTD, I'd say they benefit more a certain time from that extra resource injection. Stone being gathered up. So probably going to just be your standard placements of TC on the gold. Myriad doesn't really have a good opportunity to Arhan here. It's always going to be Arhan at the back, as we can see. Which is kind of unfortunate. It means it's just not going to get his inflated gathering rate into like gold for a castle ager. And can be a little bit annoying considering just how much gold you want to use with OOTD. Can you gamble on AoE 4 yet? What, you mean like gambling sites? I don't know. I'm assuming there would be a big backlash on it anyway, similar to AoE 2. Maybe they wouldn't though. Like, I mean, I think AoE 2 has enough financial support through other means that it can get away with it. AoE 4 maybe not so much. I will say, if you're talking about official tournaments, an official tournament organizer can never indoctrinate gambling into their system. I could not run gambling, EGC could not run gambling, because if you have sponsorship from Microsoft, it is a strict requirement that you cannot have a betting sponsor. But, you know, like if someone wanted to basically get random gambling site to come in and facilitate it, they could. The problem is, usually these gambling sites they're not incentivized to kick up new laterals into fledgling scenes. The reason is that because a lot of them share a central bookmaker, the moment you do it for one, you've enabled all the others. And it's like already a small scene that you're talking about. Based MS? I mean, based, yes. But also I'd say that like gambling sponsors offer a mega truck ton of money. With the correct size channel, you might even be able to exceed what you could get from Microsoft. But at least they do provide funding, right? Like, there's a lot of scenes that they don't allow gambling, they don't provide the funding either. I just realized this was definitely the game we should have fast-forwarded a bit in. Stable's going to be coming in. Presumably like 1 or 2 horsemen maximum. They're really good at diving the English in particular. Gully should be scouting this out now. Yeah, actually with the king, perfect way to do it. So this is where you're going to be expecting to drop a rack. So you just kind of have to respect those gilded horsemen. They have so much HP. They can just non-stop dive into you, really. That's probably not actually affordable yet for Myriad. He's overgathering on wood a little. He needs to start setting up more farms ASAP. So I can start seeing them sprinkled in. I don't know, this stables was ultra early, actually, for the timing. Probably would have benefited more from just setting up a few extra farms first. But finally, horsemen are going to be on the way. A lot of gathering on gold, actually, over-gathering, arguably. Myriad's going to switch that up, though. Does move out with the mill, as well as an outpost. Meanwhile, the king looks to go butchering. Very difficult for him to get kills this early, though. Remember, the gilded villagers have 65 HP. Love to see when people focus on farms. Maybe once in a blue moon. I mean, I've lived through the time where this is all people done. And I've cast way too many games in that time to find it truly enjoyable. It is at least refreshing to see it every once in a while. But I do not miss the time where this was literally the way the game got played. Where I'd build farms and you'd build farms and we stare at each other for 20 minutes before doing anything. Those days being gone is, in my eyes, a really good thing. Like, it made the first 15-20 minutes of a game feel so irrelevant. The fishing was a clutch move by Myriad, though. Especially this spawn, just getting double shoreline fish this close together was pretty damn good. And the target, of course, is going to be castle for both. 1 sec, I need to close my door because Freya left it open. Macro games are boring. Everyone should watch and learn from Vortex and Lucifron. I'm inclined to agree. I do like games having things happen. And oh, the body block attempts. Unfortunately, the king will get back home. 2TC is actually enough to turn. Myriad didn't get the undermesh. I think you just wanted some easy dive opportunities. Not going to be able to find them, though. Yeah, I'm impressed. Gully, I thought he might need to just set up a racks, add in 1 or 2 spears just to be safe. But I think the problem here for Myriad is like the delay and the timing on even getting the first horseman out kind of stung. Burgrave now going to be coming through. Gully, white tower on the way. Placement is pretty good, actually. Secures both golds. He can short wall here as well. He's going to start diving in. I mean, this would be the point to just poke in at this. Like, these horsemen aren't I don't feel like I have much value if you just wait until the third age. If you start diving them in now, forcing some idle time, maybe getting a worker kill here or there, makes a big difference. I guess instead, Myriad's mindset is more on the relics. Although he doesn't have regnants, having a few horsemen out can stop your opponent relic rushing instead. Just creeps around the flank instead. White tower complete. Knight's already queued up. It's so nice to see people regularly using the white tower actually to produce units. I feel like it's something that was forgotten about for way too long. It's such a valuable power timing. Horseman now with the dive in. Okay, so he waited so long that you see the problems now, don't you? He waited until white tower went up, which meant his horseman died twice as quick. He does at least scout out the monastery. Does pull away with the second horseman just in time to block this out now. Has his own Gilded Knights coming, but Gilded Knight production's really slow, folks. Takes you 42 seconds, while the white tower is technically a faster working stable. Used to be even faster, they had to nerf it, but it only takes 20 seconds. Finds him out in the deer as well. Myriad, a little bit tricky here on the timings, because he saw the monastery and mirrored it. He's now slow on getting other things set up. Also, doesn't really feel like he's been using his economy. This isn't a fast in, is it? I'm wondering what the value is of that fast in. Because you'd be giving Gully all the relics. You know, he's already been on a 2 TC play with farm clusters being set up. And you don't have many farms. I don't think there's an in play here at all. It just seems to be a missed macro. Light is at least adding in spears. I think just going Gilded Knights here is a recipe for disaster against English with the healing. He needs someone that can actually eliminate and scare. I don't know, he's going to be the one getting scared. Guardian does get the prelate low. Will force continuous retreat. Nice knight down there. Gets rid of the horseman. No damage taken from that gilded spear. Spears that, by the way, are not being upgraded. Golly, even just pulling straight for the central relics. Smart lad. One Lord buys a little bit of time. He's going to have to form a defense line around this. Good intercept opportunity, actually. You might end up losing your priest, so getting rid of the enemy prelates. Not a bad idea. Will intercept onto the Gilded Knight. Stands his ground well. You see how quickly it can get dicey for him. Yeah, so great idea. Gully's just going to pull him wide and then turn onto him the moment the spears run out of juice. Which about now will be pretty good. Maybe he's looking for the charge distance. It's possible he's just distracted elsewhere. There you go. Yeah, Myriad is at least quick to react. You have to be. This is such an expensive investment. 1,000 resources into this thing. More knights arriving to try and intercept prelate play. Another relic being picked up. Knights are going to start intercepting these spears, but they're now vetted up. Doing a lot more damage than before. And Gully neglecting his knights. Hopefully he gets away with only one loss there. Feels like he's getting tugged and pulled a little bit. Struggling to keep tension on all things. Just not going to charge again. The Spearman going on contested is huge here, actually. Good opportunity to kind of snipe down. Does finally start pulling his knight away on 1 HP. Well, 1 HP in a knight fight anyway. 19 HP, i.e. he can be hit once and die. Farm count is getting a little bit better. We're talking about Myriad being up to, what, 9 farms? But Gully continues to extend. 20 farms deep and still building. Soon to be 24. Income. They remain competitive here. You have to remember, as we get in these deeper ages, the gathering rate gets phenomenal on those farms. And the crossbow switch up now on the table. Gully Deckle. Is that double archery range? Yep, double archery range, and he could even use the white tower as well. I think he's kind of neglected that detail. The problem is at the start of the age, the white tower, you want to be using it. It's easy to use. You just click on it to queue up your units. But once you get a little bit deeper, you're using, you know, probably select military productions for some players as a preference, or you're control grouping them in. And if you control group the archery ranges with the white tower, it's going to get weird interactions because the white tower will have W, the cannon emplacement, while you'll be pressing W for crossbows. Yeah, a little bit disappointed we still don't have a solution to that, like a reliable one. I think the good way that they could actually code these, and it's the same with Delhi castles, it should just be, if you've got like a TC selected with Delhi Castle, then it acts as if you're queuing up villages. Same white tower. Crossbow's coming through here. What worries me is Myriad's switch up. He went into men-at-arms, which are not going to be able to deal with the crossbows at all. He does at least have horsemen coming to assist, but Gully's reaction is key. Spear's on the way. Relic's at least going to be 4-1 in favor of Myriad, but remember, it was not Regnit's play. Crossbows. Whoa, Gully. We may have stepped up a bit too soon here. Does get the snipe on the Ancient Knight. Needs to try and kill them fast, because otherwise the horsemen are just going to clear him. He's got his own spears now starting to arrive, but it looks like Gully is going to be forced to completely bail. Alright. Little hesitation there, actually. Guess he was just trying to fully dodge the spears, but it did allow Gully to run much further away. That should be the resetter, right? Like, you pushed him up really well. You've got map control, great. Myriad. Is it me, or is he just going to end up Imperial at this rate? With the macro, it just genuinely feels like, whether intended or not, it's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. I guess you can go for Elsbach. Not a bad idea here. Like, an Elsbach drop on the Sacred Site is kind of huge. Especially against English that likes to go into things like longbow, crossbow, spears, men-at-arms. Ironically, all the things they're doing right now. Still a mistake. Gully's stepping up a bit too far. Horseman. Getting the clear out. I think Gully he's in such a rush to get out of the base. It's costing him every time he steps up. Eco is still looking good, though. His food income is unequivocally superior. The men-at-arms switch is pretty crafty here. With the full upgrades and the armor clad, they can actually hold for a very long time. Still going to be difficult against gilded men-at-arms. I think the thing that's missing here for Myriad, a lot of people saying Land Snakes. Land Snakes can make some sense. I think more important than that, he just needs something to siege in. It's like, remember, he's gone for slow-moving units. Because even though he's got horse and got men-at-arms, so like diving in white tower is going to be costly. Love that. Keeps off a bunch of MAA out of the white tower. Just maximizing production rates in a panic. Myriad is going to be a full recommitment. Remember, he's got Inspired Warriors buff. He just needs a Siege Workshop, just one. Get 2 to 3 trebuchets and start breaking this. Because the way that Gully's building his production as well, it slows down his ability to keep contesting you in fights. And English only get gold from farms when they get Imperial Age, so not yet. Gully. Gonna sneak in on those farms. Myriad has stacked them up, by the way. 24 farms deep now, getting a lot better. However, worst possible time to be expanding that area. He hasn't got much here to defend this. Yeah, his spears aren't here. And men-at-arms can be somewhat ignored. Not quick killers. Placements will eventually help, but not before Myriad hemorrhages several workers. Meanwhile, in the center, a blood buff on both sides. Gully looks to force the matter, and this time he's actually using the aura. Network of castles. Game changer. Knights are going to club in onto the gold line. Able to snipe a few down. It's still only a men-at-arms. This is not a quick way of dealing with this threat. Expensive losses. Gully able to secure Central Sacred Site. I don't know why there's a marketplace here. Freya, I'm not doing the tree now. No, I don't. I'm working, Freya. You know. No. Stop smirking. Off you go. Daddy's busy. Daddy's going to be here at least 2 hours in the English game. Oh, wait. Myriad. Yeah, Order Dragon pretty good when they got majority relics, but it doesn't look like they're going to have them for long. Burn wave coming in. I think the hero pairs, he waited way too late there. He'll break through it. Gold on the ground. A rush out to the flanks because Myriad needs more gold for this type of comp. But now that it's going Land Snakes are a pretty cool idea here. If you can afford it. Spearmen look to intercept the Gilded Horseman rotating around the back. Going to be failing to do so quick enough. The men-at-arms do get mixed into it, though. So the spread damage doesn't mean that he's necessarily hitting into the archers. But the Lance just keep on chasing, pushing him away. Myriad, he has reclaimed the area before relics can start being snatched. Gully still maintaining a better income, especially on the food. Has to be said. Such a slow-moving army from Myriad as well as the other trade-off here. So it's very hard to fully punish your opponent from these overextensions. Like normally, you say English, when they play this type of comp, they get screwed over the moment they retreat. But both are playing the same idea, slow and steady wins the race. Different matter. Golden Glow on both sides. Remember, Gully, when he took that last fight, he didn't have his aura. Back in effect, back in his zone of power. I mean, he was trying to creep it up, but Myriad did choose the perfect moment to intercept. Now, we don't have a network of citadels, but honestly, could be on the menu soon. Well, this over 5 minutes ago? I mean, this is the thing. English can be obnoxious, so can Order the Dragon at this point in the game, when Men at Arms probably feel the best. The Land Snakes are just so cool as well against Blob Army. Now, one big problem for Myriad is the fact that the Gully has switched Archers. Archers do counter Land Snakes. And this type of count isn't necessarily going to overkill either. They have 180 HP, but also they take double damage from Lombos. 18 damage per strike before reduction. Does reduce you to nothing but a pile of bones quite quick. Gilded Crossbow switch now by Myriad, which... wait, doesn't that helps Gully now? Gully's switch into Lombo should be a little bit weaker by the logic that you have Men at Arms and Horsemen. But if you start adding in Gilded Crossbows, you're enabling them to get more. Nice raid in here, though. Hold on. Myriad, with 310 HP Horseman, finds his way into the back farm. Textiles is at least there, but Gully, when you're up against this many Horsemen, it doesn't make a difference. They will find the kills. Shut down those farms at a critical moment as Gully was getting ready to pull the trigger on Imperial Age. This is a disgusting raid. Yeah, and a reminder of just how good Gilded Horseman can be. He's not moving the army at all. They're not budging. Oh, dear God, someone, please send help. Finally, the spears do arrive, but my God, was that a pricey endeavor. It's not just the fact that several workers died, it's all that idle time. Especially when you're teching. It slows down your remax after a fight, which is exactly what's happening. Myriad sends it in on the front. Horseman baiting all the arrow fire. Staggered retreat here into the choke points with Men at Arms. Wingard Palace coming up by 20 in about another 30 seconds. Should be complete. Myriad has got way too much wood. Either add in more farms or switch people over. Need to catch up soon anyway. I don't know if Myriad was fully expecting this. Maybe because Gully didn't attack, it kind of feels inevitable, but we arrive where English look at their best. Imperial Age on the menu, which means enclosures coming in swift, allowing him to generate 6 gold a minute per farm, of which he has 55 farmers. It's a huge amount of passive gold income. Enough to rival the relics that Myriad's picked up. Gully now just fully upgrading the Men at Arms as well. Myriad relying even more on crossbows has me worried. He hasn't really remaxed out on his melee. Makes the Lombo's lives easier, but hold on a second. Myriad, he goes for a castle drop to try and deny the sacred sites. This is going to be costly though. Too many villages in the area, and also on top of that, Spearmen have got torches, and that torch damage is really high now. Even against the 6 fire armor. He's still hitting for 15 per torch. More troops rallying over here. He's got enough range mass to make sure he'll never get the repair in. And guys, he's going to need a repair. It's not just these crappy spearmen. It's now the elite Men at Arms. These things will not get sniped easily. Nelsbat Palace going to be on the way. Myriad, while the Fox is away from home, tries to sneak out the back door. He's going to try to go for a denial on the opposite sacred site. Villagers will scramble to safety that they won't find. Castle will go down. But at least the Elsbach is going up. Myriad threads a critical needle here. Because, folks, this is where you want the Elsbach. You don't want it over here. You want it between yours and the English's base. As long as you can keep pressure, that is. The trade-off, of course, is going to be the fact that trebuchets have a very clear and easy target. At least this is one step on a route to recovery from Myriad. He needed to get up into Imperial. Elite techs have just been queued up. But it is going to be the trebuchet solution. Wingard armies on the way from Gully. Super cheap way of getting a siege. You just pay 400 resources to get spearmen, 2 crossbowmen on top of that, and a trebuchet. Bloody good deal. I mean, it's cheaper than a trebuchet on its own would be. That does complete the decap. So, win condition gone for Gully. Instead, it's going to be a meat grinder. He always gets these type of matchups on Frisian. Nobody else consistently gets these. In fact, I feel like Frisian's late game became quite a lot rarer recently. I'm trying to think what Mira can do now. With limited gold access, you're not going to do land snakes. I think land snakes kind of lose some of their power at this point. Gully. Mirrored by the biology of Myriad. Yeah, so really having a great answer to the men arms blob then. Lombo count should be just high enough to sniping out the Gilded Crossbowmen, right? Elite crossbows 170 HP. And then, of course, Lombos at this point, they can do 11 damage each, and he's got 50 more. So the maths is tight. I think it's going to be 2 rounds of shot to kill a crossbow. Because the arms. This is just bloody annoying. Just a few minute arms slipping here or there into the base. I mean, he even keeps rotating to check the golds. Because he understands that Mira is going to be running dry pretty fast. And he might have relics, so he'll eventually get his techs, but in terms of unit diversity, you know, Gilded Crossbowmen going to be pricey, Mass Men Arms going to be pricey, Hand Cannoneers not going to be feasible whatsoever. That's going to be a pipe dream unless you can get an 8K. I will say this is very slow from Gully, by the way. He has too much population, so he's not actually getting the Wingard armies out. Yeah, he just spawned one, but I'm pretty sure they've been in waiting for a long time. They're meant to be coming out every 41 seconds. It's definitely been well over a minute since he queued those up. He's kind of slowing himself down on what he should be able to do here. I think he's intentionally sacking army to get the armies out now. Because he realizes trebuchets aren't being birthed. It does make a little bit of space. Second army will be deploying to the field momentarily. Guys. Gentleman's agreement? Sherry gold? Look, you get this half, we get that half, okay? No arguments over it. Sharon's Karen. Myriad has an issue with that, though. He's on the way. Outpost being rushed up. Gully realizes what's actually about to happen, though. He sees from the vision of the outpost, the army is rotating, so bails, but isn't going to be quick enough. The horsemen do find him. That's going to be 15 workers sacrificed to the dragons. Where are these ones going? Good lord. Like, what? Oh my god, he's trying to take both AKs away. One's already been hoovered for half. Trebs are beginning their siege in onto the Elsbach, though. A TC coming up behind, so Myriad have access to emergency repairs. Gully now going to be struggling to have access to gold. Yeah, this is where it can get a bit problematic, but he's got a timing in mind here. We're up to 4 Trebs. You see what I mean about the population issue? It was holding him back, but no longer. Pebble's getting hauled. Emergency repairs has not been triggered just yet. Bolingo is going to get queued up. But remember, guys, these men-at-arms diving in, they're going to give the attack speed aura to make this kill even quicker. Such a hard kill as well with the influence. Remember, he gets 25% damage reduction on a building which already has 50% more HP than other Imperial landmarks, but it's not gonna be enough. Gully bodies the fort until it's smoke and ruin. Fantastic strike by Gully, a necessary one. Horsemen are now going to rotate in to punish that, but Treb really got the S tier goal. There's other things they want to snipe, but the most important thing was removing that castle. Horsemen into the backline again. What? 50 spears? Oh my god, and he's individually queuing them up. That's carpal tunnel right there. Do you guys see the way it went, like, 48, 49, 50, 51? Every time, just sending Morse code in Spearman spam. And the Morse code just translates to, don't need help, have more spears. What a composition. It's enough Spearman to make the Horsemen doubt everything. Now the Gilded Crossbow's on the front line against Mass Crossbow Longbow. We'll try to sneak back in with the ponies. Backline Raiders have been intercepted, called, cut, and quartered. Gully now should momentarily be able to start pulling those spears back towards the front line. Range Mass is going to have to retreat. Myriad gets a stay of execution for the time being, but it's getting so difficult now to believe. Myriad, like, what's going on? We got Mass Gold again. He's switching hand cannoneers. You'd think this is good, but against Mass Crossbow Longbow, he just dies still. Lob spear. I can't believe he's just going to win this off a Mass Spear. Come on. Sorry, what was that we had in chat earlier? Buff Spearmen? I think they're okay, thanks. I don't think they need anything. Just build English Spearmen. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was Johan who spams English that said that, of all people. Yeah, I think you're fine. Network of Citadels, I think you're fine. Myriad truly is the Christmas turkey getting carved up. And now with 5 trebuchets, Gully can begin to just rinse his way through all that production line. I just don't see a way for Myriad anymore. Gully Deckle is going to be heading up towards match point. One more win after this, and the series will be his. I honestly wonder if Myriad maybe could have done Siege. Maybe Siege would have been his best friend here. Because it feels like he tried everything else, but we never saw Mango's adjustable crossbars. Even once he got access to gold. I mean, he's flowing 3,000 gold at this stage. I think it's kind of baiting for OTD here to think that the Gilded Hand Cannoneers solve it, right? Because, like, when you're up against Longbow, they snipe easy. It used to be one of the ways the English could deal with Byzantines in the old Streltsy builds. You just kind of kite shoot. Very intensive and tedious, but it would get you the wins. Instead, he's now trying to switch into Gilded Archers. I mean, I like that idea. You're up against Mass Spear plus Longbows. Can actually work really well. It does feel like it's too little, too late. Especially when you consider the lack of wood access long-term for Myriad. He's just getting starved in the corner, isn't he? Gully now with more villagers. Gold has been re-secured. Block out what remains. Myriad's got one hope, and it really is this Archer comp timing. The problem is, Gully, I think he already sensed it. He saw something. He's switching back into Men-at-Arms. I think it's just logical, because in Gully's mind, he just starved you off of gold. If you don't have gold, you only have food and wood. So what unit doesn't care about food and wood types? It's Men-at-Arms. You can build Spearmen, Horsemen, neither of them will beat this. Just a sick read by Gully to get ahead of what's coming. Even queues up hand cannoneers, which is a little bit more odd. But I guess he's just looking for pop efficiency now. Just moving straight into the landmarks, really. He wants this game over with. Ain't gonna give him more time than is necessary. Weird to say of an English player. I feel like they usually just give all the time in the world because they love it. They lap it up. Horsemen, they complete their lap, coming around the back on the range mass. A few Spearmen were chasing those, so we'll start to clear those out. Myriad. Bloody fight. Necessary one. One that will see a lot of English bodies on the floor, but you're not seeing it in the military production. It's just wave after wave from Gully. Well, Myriad is holding on by a thread. He's not really able to queue up that many units due to the food. Continues. The minute arm now revealed. Crossbow count has been intentionally being sniped by the Lombos who keep coming in. Actually now accidentally targeting onto the Gilded Archers. The problem here is that Myriad lacks a front line. Only 5 ponies. Which is why he's slowly getting grinded to pulp here. Only 10 Gilded Crossbows left. And Cannoneers also getting primarily sniped out by the Lombos. They have their focus fire target. And this is the micro one from Gully. Look at what he's doing. One by one, just Q targeting down the best range units, ignoring the Gilded Archers. It's a waste of time. Let the men-at-arms deal with that when there's nothing but archers left. This is fun. I just need to I'm gonna switch to this Civ so I don't hear the queue up as much, okay? I mean, you can tell who's winning by the queue noises. That's all it takes. Golly, just too much pump, too much production. Will once again use his English to ruin another player's hopes and dreams on Frisian marshes. This freaking guy and his freaking English every time. I'll tell you what, though. It'd be impressive if we get to the stage where, like, his English just gets banned away from him. Oh, that would be fantastic. Alright. Why not scale armor archers? He did. He eventually went into them. But it was like, basically, the moment he started doing it, we saw men-at-arms coming out from Gully. Like, he'd read for it, basically. So, next up, we did say Myriad still got an ace up his sleeve. He has got Lancaster. It's going to be Dry Arabia, French versus Lancaster. Is Myriad top 20? Maybe? I'm trying to think what the rankings would look like at that point when you get that deep. Someone got the tournament elo for AV4. I can't seem to find it. I'm curious actually where he sits on that. He might have cracked it now. For some reason, I don't actually have it anymore. But presumably he's fairly high on it. Oh, AV4 World has it now. Oh, nice. So Myriad is sitting in 19th place. So yes, he's technically top 20. Although it technically could be higher by the logic that like Cat is 16th, but he doesn't play. He hasn't been active in half a year. And Baltoon doesn't really play much, and he's in 13th, right? And CSO seems to have stopped playing 1v1 season 11th. So like arguably you could probably put Myriad top 16, really. Alright. Let's get into it though. Face in hand? Wait, what are you on about? Oh. The ace up his sleeve. We mentioned it earlier, folks. Myriad can turn to one last place to feel like it's a free win. House of Lancaster. Have the nerves done enough? 20 less health in the feudal age. Maybe that's something that French knights could take advantage of. Welcome back, folks. It's time for game number 4. Gully Deckle now on match point. He wins this. He's the 3rd place finisher for KPMM 50. It would be his best performance in Season 1 and 2 of KPMM. Myriad, kind of in a similar position, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, if we check the statistics, I do believe Myriad... guys, you know... All right, do you know how I know we've had a lot of tournaments now? We used to have a tracker down here. We overloaded the Liquipedia page. It can't pull the stats for the players anymore. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of these. Oh my god. I think Myriad, this actually is his best performance. Yeah, he's never been in the finals before, and he hasn't been in one of the 3rd place matches since we introduced them with Season 2. So it's still, you know, if he... I think he's been in semi-finals once or twice. So he's had top 4s, but nothing above that. Lancaster could definitely help him get there. For Gully, it's absolutely going to be his best performance, regardless of outcome. He'll be looking for that dub. French with the back gold is a good sign as well. Just gives him the room, the breadth to get his techs. And look at this, even gets the timing for wheelbarrow. In fact, this is going to be perfect, though. The spinner's going to arrive at the gold vein when he's 5 seconds out from wheelbarrow, which means he can just walk back efficiently. Oh, man, this is the dream. I mean, well, like some people like, really, KP? The dream is being attacked in Dark Age. But of those nightmares, this is the dream. If you had to be attacked, this is the way to be attacked. I think. Definitely, yes. We stand by that. Villagers now pull off. Scully, he got enough for a night, didn't he? Yeah? That's great. Okay, so, you know, it's going to be delayed getting his knights out slightly, but the idea here is you could open archery range to assist, clear out the spearmen, and then you've already got your first knight coming out. Once the spear's been cleared, more knights come out because you're back on gold by then. Okay, I spoke too soon. Oh my god. I didn't think he was going to do it. But then again, look at the spawn. It's double gold back. Myriad, he goes for the outpost rush. This is quite the bind, actually, for Gully. If you look at the map, guys, his backup gold option is behind where the outpost is going to be. The only other one is center of the map, which feels atrocious here. This is freaking rough. School of Cavalry at least on the way. Myriad is going to start his own tech up soon. And the timing difference isn't really that grand, but you do have to remember he went for wheelbarrow as well. Still, it's also just a big credit to the power of Lancaster's food income. They gather it so fast. And Myriad, whoops. I don't think that was intentional. A little bit inefficient with the gold workers there. They will find their way back. His stone is pretty far forward, actually. There is a problem, potentially. If he waits to go on the stone, Gully is still going to be able to produce one knight. That knight can block your stone and force more spearmen. So the point of that is that Gully can actually hinder Myriad's first mana time. That's important. The first mana for Lancaster is by far the most valuable mana, because you can centralize it and keep your economy there for a very long time. I believe King's now on the way. Oh, he's definitely going to get that knight out. Myriad is going to start bailing home with the worker. It's another element of idle pain you're feeling right now in a game where Gully, of course, will always have more workers than you because the French TC works quicker. I don't know why it works quicker. Like, I don't know what the lore logic we're going for with that is. There was a lot of French people, less English people, I guess. Now, before French people brag about that, I would point out you guys still failed to invade us, even though you had more people. So, checkmate. Well, that's... You invaded us successfully once, but then you became us. So, who really won? I'd argue that both us and you lost that. Myriad rushing out the stone. First knight hits the field. Okay, he might actually have the timing okay here, though. He only needs 100 stone, remember. Yeah, he made the right call. Some people go like 2 or 3 on the stone a little bit earlier. But he just delays it, goes for it in a rush. So first knight will not connect with the stoneworkers. Big deal here. Especially the mana timing is going to be huge, because look at the location. I think he's got a spot right here that should clip all the sheep and would get him deep into the tree line while fully encapsulating gold. If he places it here, the gold workers won't be in range, I think. And he chooses a house there. Okay. I guess he wants the berries then. So you mana here. You trim your sheep, your berries, and get deep in the tree line. Just an interesting choice because, you know, you're going to want gold consistently for a long time. I guess there's a world in which he manas here, gets the gold and the deer. France conquered England, most of the world lost. Wait, what do you mean? Because technically, like England would eventually go on to conquer most of the world. And it's all because of William? Are you guys taking, like, credit for our deeds? Is that how this is now working? Is this, like, looking at the size of America and then Africa taking credit because all life originally came from Africa? I think people thought I was going to go in a different direction there. Like, China economy #1, and then Africa's like, well, actually, the first human being came from us. So, technically. Love that Gully's playing onto the deer, by the way. I think Pro Scouts here is a big mistake against Lancaster's all-in timing. Especially when your deer packs are this spread. Yeah, it wouldn't end well. So this is going to set him up best to defend. And I love the fact we're getting French spears. That's incredible. Wait, is there proof that France caused the Irish potato famine? Is that actually a thing? You just made that up. Trying to find proof of this now. French are all about romance and unprotected relations, hence the faster TC production. Oh, so we're going for the hump fast. Okay, now you might have had a point, but then explain to me the Palace of Swabia. Actually, that one's pretty easy to explain. No, that's just Habsburgs. Isn't that just Habsburg logic? Actually, no, because it's Swabian, and Swabia is not in Austrian territory, so that wouldn't make sense. Explain Golden Horde. Do they only get twins? Yeah, because they have one of those stranger danger strategies, you know. Like we're gonna invade into unknown territory, so it's really important that you hold hands. Okay, we don't know this area. We don't want people to get lost. It's just smart. You know, they're a very, very big horde. Very big location they were covering. And also, like, the rules, like, you never know when a bear attack's going to happen. You know what you want when you're in a bear attack situation? You want a person with you, right? That's an exact example of the extreme stranger danger you have to be worried about. Because if you have a person with you, then what you can do is you can gauge whether that person has more muscle density than you. If they do, you just run because you'll run faster. But if you have more muscle density, that means you can throw that person at the bear and thus escape. This is well-known and documented in Golden Horde. You just don't see it in the official... Like, you have to read between the lines in the official history because no one's going to admit that they threw their comrade at the bear. Oblas? I'm going to find a worker kill. Nicely played there. Myriad just using the surge of mass that you get with this unit type. This is why I love hiking my kids. The bears never get it. See, this is what I mean. All right, that is another well-documented factor. When you go hiking, take the children. Not only are they good for distracting the bears, but they also soften the blow when you fall. Because you'll be the lead climber. So when you fall, you tell them to let go, and then you can land on them. It's just smart. It's good business. Hobbelars, now going in for worker kills, and what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Is he going to get another? He almost does. I mean, that's still a pretty good exchange, but he got 2 additional worker kills there. However, there's a raid coming in, catches him trying to build up the defenses. The knights, the spears, the archers head on in. Bulls are going to have to afford this to buy some time. Now, Gully, he is sneaking in with a few knights, be able to start hitting onto the workers, but the outposts are up. He actually focus fires onto the yeoman instead with the knights. The lords are winning, guys. Like, this is not working. I think Gully, yeah, he's finally fixing it. He just needed as many worker kills as possible. This fight was never going to end well. Still, he evens it up, gets himself a few worker kills, maintains that French lead. That's true. You can also, like, with the hiking the bears, you can always make more kids, not bears. The bears are going more extinct. You know, at that point, I feel like if you keep having more kids to take them hiking to be eaten by bears, at that point, you may be accused of bad parenting. Because, like, at that point, you're essentially sacrificing children to bears. But statistically, like, it makes sense. You know, bear populations are going down. Human population is going up. Gully continues to play extensively on the map. To the exterior, right? He goes to the D, goes to the ball. I love the way he's actually approached this. I wasn't a big fan of this dive in. It was a bit weird, but... It sounds like a ritual. Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ritual is a really strong word, okay? Would you call eating these deer a ritual or just an essential? We are doing what we must to survive. Jeremy Irons said it best. When he said it in that movie, he was referring to taking children hiking with you when there's risks of bear. I will say, if you're taking children hiking with you on mountains that have hawks, that is you being a bit of a douche, because the hawk should not be big enough to carry off a full human being. A small child, however. Unless you live in the Tolkien universe. If you're in the Tolkien universe, technically, you should always take children with you hiking. Or, actually, most people take hobbits. Because, as we know, those stupid, useless eagles are allergic to carrying hobbits. In fact, they are like wolfsbane for a wolf in that situation. You know, if they see hobbits, the big eagles go, I can't possibly take you over those mountains all the way to Mount Mordor. I'm sorry. Mordor? Mount Doom, rather. So who's winning this right now? Myriad's got his mana set up in decent positions, right? Yeah, he's still buffing quite a lot. He's getting like 140 off that mana. Never built a second one, though. That does feel like a bit of a slip up. The gold plus the deer, that would have been a nice buff to have at the time. The Eagles carried the hobbits home. Talk about dumping on Lord of the Rings. It doesn't count. At that point, like, dude, that's like... You know what that is right there? You know what that is right there? That's like being in seeing a war is going on and then declaring for the side that wins. Basically, after. Oh, he did get the second. Oh, he burnt down. Okay, good eyeballs. Thank you. So, yeah. Okay, wow. So he lost quite a lot then, because that would have been probably another 80 passive resources a minute plus the base 40. Oh, sorry, they nerfed it, didn't they? They nerfed it further. No, they didn't. No, we're good. So yeah, he would have been getting about an extra 100 resources there per minute. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, those eagles in the Lord of the Rings stories, it's like that person who never backed you when you were struggling. They go, I knew you could do it all along, buddy. Look at you. But so many of you just bit into that and believed it because you're like, oh man, eagles are so cool. Do we have access to the special branch for matches? I think so, but I don't know if that's more confusing for a lot of people or not. Because I don't know if everyone has access. Villages? That's a huge raid. Dude, again with these Hobbler. Seriously, this is why... This unit is so freaking good for raiding. It reminds me of Yumi when people memed on that unit. It's like, well, yeah, I could see why you didn't want to use the main fight, but they could raid. Hobbler are the same. There's just so many of them. Odds in, reduces the eco count. Gully has been mirroring the move, though. Done some damage of his own, right? So it's still going to be a lead for Gully, maintaining 6 head. And Merit is starting to run out of resource options here, by the way. The boar, the deer. He might have to start adding in farms soon. Doesn't even have mana set up to just rotate around it. Has got his blacksmith upgrades on the way. He needs that undermesh ASAP, though, because it is 40 archers from Gully. The fact that despite all the Hobbler, despite the Yeoman, he still just goes Archer overnight is kind of crazy. And I respect the balls on it. Like, it's crazy, actually. Usually you'd expect like double the Knights, maybe half the Archers here. Because normally your thought process is I want just enough Archers to take out the Spearmen, and then my Knights will go and deal with all those Yeomen and Hobbler. Because the other risk is like when you have too many Archers, Hobblars get a lot of value. As we've seen, Mirren may have got good value on the raids, but it also cost him a lot of Hobblars, so scaling's been difficult. And early on, Gully did have the Spearmen to keep that count low. It's just a very smart read by him. Anyone who like plays a lot of French and is watching this game probably looks at this and thinks it's a bit of an unusual build. It's definitely paying off for it. It's creeping into the economy. I don't know. Like, why was this one standing still? Was he like Sonic ball charging? You know, where you like just press down and charge, charge, charge? It didn't move at first. That was a bit weird. Club out another, but loses life. Hobblears not able to find kills. Over towards the ball. Garrison comes in time. Gully even setting up farms now. He's setting up farms before Lancaster, guys. Like, this is. I think Mirrod's about to run into a bit of a food issue. I mean, the boar is supplementing him, but the berries are running out pretty fast now. He's got about 400 food left here. He needs to look elsewhere. How do you make new bears? I think what you have to do to make more bears, and this is just theory speaking, because like I'm not one of those weirdos that watches bears made. I would imagine you'd have to set up a sequence of giant subwoofers throughout the forest, playing Marvin Gaye as loud as possible, and then make sure that the bears have enough food for their family. You'd have to take a few families that have toddlers hiking in the area, and that should help make new bears. For food. They're just for food. Nothing weird about it. Don't be weird. I know how you guys get sometimes. Don't make it weird. Deer coming in now. 20 out in the deer. No mana for this is a bit weird, actually. Because this will be an extra 120 in passive income on top of the base 40. So 160, if you spend like 2 minutes here, that's actually a lot of extra resource surge. Especially considering you come out here for food in the first place. Like, you could even place a mana here, which means later on, gold, berries, worth it. Kind of just feels like Myriad has somewhat forgotten about manas entirely. Which is very weird, considering economically you have no other upside against French. A French player that is about to go castle. Hey guys, why is Myriad allergic to manas? It does feel a little bit like it, doesn't it? Going in towards the fort. That's going to be even less food for Myriad to dance with. Archers are keeping the rest of the army back. These villagers, they're not going to be able to out-repair this. They have to run. -3 straight there. Archers are just going to fully retreat, which makes sense as Gully is getting ready to go to Castle Age. Yeah, notice the way that he didn't rush to Castle Age. Instead, he kind of worked around it. This is the equivalent of, instead of rushing to go hiking, deciding that it maybe is more value to essentially protect the next generation, to live on longer. So what you do is, instead of just straight going hiking when your kids are born, you let them train up, let them get to like the age of 14, 15. That way, when you take them hiking, you know, they actually might be able to punch a bear out because they'll have enough meat behind their swings to stay alive. Or, alternatively, when you fall from a high place and land on them, they might not immediately crumple. It's just solid, logical, economic scaling. He bulks himself up so that when Miro tries to counterpush, he can't do enough damage to kill him while he's being greedy behind this. I'm glad that the metaphors around bears completely explained Lancastrian versus French dynamics the way it needed to. Yeah, the Gully now acting like Agincourt is happening, but he's just not going to turn up to battle in time. Myriad needs that Agincourt moment. 50 yeomen. Risk of taking the bow. Doesn't overextend though. Backs away. It's going to be castle on castle. I am still deeply offended by the lack of any manas. It's like he built one, he went, what's the point if he's just going to break him? You monster. And then, like, that was it. I assume we've got White Tower coming. Because if you go King's College, you just get go. It is 52 yeomen. On the other hand, these are veteran knights. What is happening, by the way? Harvestmoregold.com. Alright, there we go. White. Oh, no. The timing on that army! Is We have to stand his ground for it. This is about to get messy. Knights. Bait for the spears. Archers looking to trade out there. They can snipe pretty much anything, though. The Lords. Count's going down. He only has one Lord right now. 26 villagers rushing up the tower. He has to stand his ground here. Knights keep forcing it. Spear count still looks relatively good for Myriad. I think Gully's mostly just kind of A-clicking through the archers as their damage is quite high. They will overkill a lot. So White Tower will succeed, but look at the army difference now. They entered this fight even Stevens, roughly? Now it's a 50% advantage for Gully. And remember, the Guildhall has been just tickling in behind this gradually. Farm count alongside it as well. Gully now up to 12 farms. I think Myriad has still got only 3. This is just getting kind of weird. I wonder if Myriad feels it as well. Like, maybe there should have been another mana or 2 here. Maybe it would have been worth it. Because Gully hasn't really been trying to flank raid that much. It's been mostly central focused, hasn't it? At least the outposts will give the early warning. That's a lot of workers. 20 will retreat, but that means Myriad, you got to make good with that 1800 food. You're not gonna have much more. This was not an Imperial rush, surely. Nah, maybe he's got 21 on gold. I don't know what you'd be imp rushing for though. Oh, I guess Wingguard. It did get nerfed again, didn't it? If I remember correctly. It's still fairly good for the spear spam, but you'd be trying to spear spam into 53 better archers. Maybe Berkshire just needs the extra protection. Yeah, Berkshire would definitely slow things down, but French is easy to catch up, isn't it? With that Guildhall slowly ticking up. Yeah, good eyeballs. Chivalry at 23.5 minutes mid-castle age. It's not the usual. But then again, neither with his strategy. You know, this was mainly him focusing on massing archers and spears for a lot of the feudal age. And then sprinkling in some knights to be annoying. Spear details, like really the true answer there is it's been massing archers, full stop. Nice intercept there. Myriad even moving with the spears once he's attacked to make sure he doesn't waste time waiting on the attack speed cooldown. He can make 3 rounds and push. I think he can do whatever he wants. Like he could ram push, or instead he could just play for the Guildhall timing. He just has to keep checking on Myriad to make sure he doesn't sneak to castle. The Imperial rather. But I wouldn't really expect that from a guy who has 3 farms and 1 mana. Like, realistically, there is not much food income left. 150 left on the pig and that's it. He needs mass farms. Mayday. As in, like, not for May, as in, like, Mayday, Mayday, we have an emergency, you know? Like, panic moment. Rolex finally getting picked up. En masse as well. It looks like Myriad will at least get 1. He has got Monastery as well. So. Oh, he's trying to... Oh, buddy. I got bad news for you. Yeah, he's going to walk back for the corner now. Arbitrary switch also now coming through. Gamson's tech has come in. That makes it very good against spears. And we have got Military Academy as well as the castle drop, which means he's getting discounts on anything produced in this area. I.e. mass knights incoming. At less than 200. Now you're probably wondering why does the best knight spamming civ in the game get their knights cheaper? It's like being a bear. You know, there are many questions like why do the bears get to eat all the fish without needing to cook? Sometimes you just don't question it too deeply and realize it's just nature. And that's what you have to realize about French knights and France. They just get it this way because they do. You know, it's a balance of nature because hundreds of years later, they would build an entire line of fortresses in the 20th century, early 20th century, only to have the Germans go around them. So really, it's balancing out historical reasons. Like, bears have it good now, but in another 100 years, when everything's been cyberpunk, I don't know about you guys, I've been playing a bunch of that game. I don't see bears anymore. your bear references is much better when there is Bruce being played? No, because then you expect bear. Aren't surprises much better, guys? You know, like, if you're in the middle of Iceland and get attacked by a king cobra, whoa, that's a much crazier experience than if you go to, like, what, India and get attacked by a king cobra? Is it India? That sounds right. We live for the surprises. For example, a lot of people probably clicked onto this game expecting a lot of Agincourt references and discussions about French versus Lancaster. What they weren't ready for was learning about the economics of bears. So this is slowed down for a very obvious reason. Well, one is Gully is trying to figure out what type of bear he would be if he was a bear. But more important than that, he's got something that's going to be too much for Myriad 2 Bear in Pure Age. The food hall is ready. He could easily drop a Red Palace on this gold here, and that's exactly what we're going to get. Past the halfway mark towards the enemy base, and even now adding in the archer ranges. This little cob is ready to get his first kill. Well, Gully is going to finally scout that final relic. Whoops. I don't think Myriad has really much to say about what happens next here. He'll probably try for a Berkshire. We do fine. There we go, guys. We've got manners. All right, it's a comeback. He has 3 manners. He is out of control. This man right here. Tripling his mana value. He's getting a lot on that one. You guys, you see that number? 199 food, 128 wood. Good lord. But that's because he rushed the gold vein. That's gone now. Might soon be gone with it. He's going to have to Berkshire this, surely. I think if you win guard, you just die to a dive. White Tower's not really going to deter this, is it? Especially if Gully just logically adds in one cannon to slowly clear it. Dust of the Wall's coming up. He's going to creep a few knights out there, which should reveal the 2 TC play anyway, in a fairly unguarded area, actually. Looks like Myriad is maybe considering getting some castle drops in to secure the area. Villagers. Oh no, gets caught in the gold! Oh. This is why you don't go out into the wilderness without toddlers. Distractions are critical to survival. Those villagers, ironically, were the distraction. The French bear hunkers down and looks to push in. Gully Deckle. Claws out. Ready to strike. Archers go in. Elite techs in place. Yeoman with the sink shot. Weirdly enough, Gully runs through it to give more value, but it's still not going to be good enough. The Knight's now charging past this. The Archer count is high for now, but Myriad has not even started a tech up, and he's running out of time fast. Archers now shifting away from the White Tower onto the stone area and the farms to shut them down. And the Night Wave now dives into the main to rotate all the way around the back. This is the striking blow he needed. Berkshire has been queued up, and Myriad now behind by 30 economy. And wait, what's that Berkshire? No way is that happening. The Sting of the Kings and the Sting of the French as he does bring him down. Gully with a 3-1 victory. This cub was too much for Myriad to bear. I mean, I had to finish it with a bear reference after all that. Maybe I upload that as a full series. Sure, we'll give that a try. We'll load that up as a full series. All right, so GG's to Gully, commiserations to Myriad. That means what was the finals again from last week? My brain is forgotten. Well, it was obviously Vortex. I'm trying to remember who it was he beat that week. Oh, it was Kulyadi, wasn't it? So the order was Vortex, Kilyadi, and then Gully Deco in terms of first, second, third. We are into a new week, and we have got a new map, by the way. Let me see, because I think we've got a live series coming up really soon. Yeah, so we could actually get more Myriad real soon as an option. He's playing against Scatterbrained in 15 minutes. What we could do in the meantime is maybe we catch a game of, like, what, Give You Anxiety series? Because I know you guys are like, oh, is it live? It's live, so you guys want live games. So we'll be able to have Myriad versus Scatterbrained live in a few minutes. But since we've got a little bit of time to burn, I thought it might be cool. Did they have a desync? I think they did. I'm trying to think, dude. What do we watch? Like, we only got like 20 minutes maximum. Alright, let's do a Numenor Lash game, actually. Oh no, does it download the map correctly? I don't think it has. Is it kaputting? Is it crapping out on me? Maybe. Got to restart, aren't I? Yeah, probably. So I do Numenor versus Lash. We've got a new map coming in. Which I just remembered means we aren't going to have the map name in because Tundra hasn't been added. So I'm going to get a bunch of people going, what map, what map, what map? Cast a game at 4x speed? I don't think people like that much. You know how, like, we just had this debate on whether people like the color saturation today. It's like, that's another one. Like, watching a game at 4 times speed, I think most people, like, it's cool and gimmicky once off, but, like, as an uploadable thing, I don't think people like it. Also, how am I meant to get mid-roll ads in that case? I'd have to have, like, an hour-plus long game. Oh, no. Nice. Can AoE4 start, though? That would be a good start. Hello? Dude, my AoE4 will not restart. It's being very drunk right now. It's just stuck on stop. I swear, there's, like, out of all the games in my directory, it's the one that always does it. All right, there we go. We can start now. I just realized, actually, the apple Red Bull kind of tastes a little bit like a sweet cider. Just hit me. Oh. It's good. It's just like, you wouldn't really think about that for an energy drink. Alright, so I just need to quickly download the new map, which will just take a second. So this is a new map from Avali. We are going to have Sengoku appearing on it. I don't know how Numenor got... I think it was Numenor that got Sengoku. Numenor Lash. I don't know how he got it. He really shouldn't have it, but it was allowed for reasons. There we go. I wonder what Numenor even means. Yeah, dude, he got Sengoku. That's crazy. It's time for a brand new map in Age of Empires 4. What better way to check that brand new map than with a brand new Civ? This is Tundra, and the Sengoku somehow got picked. That is crazy to be saying. One and all, welcome back to the channel for another caster game. We are here on Tundra, the latest map from Avali, a well-known map creator. And the first tournament to feature it is going to be none other than our Midweek Musters. Pretty cool one, actually. I saw it. He sent it across to me in the details. Like, I think this could work pretty well. Lash is going to be the opponent for Numenon's Sengoku. Lash is going to be playing as the Roos. Roos is a cool idea here, too. You've got these small scattered tree lines always concaving around the back that you can kind of embed into a bit. But for those wondering, like with Tundra, the idea here is that you've got multi-deer locations quite close to your base, meaning that Pro Scouts technically doesn't need to be your first thought always. And also, this was a good time to kind of bring this map in, considering that Pro Scouts has been a little bit on the decline. So it's not necessarily going to be the immediate go-to every time. You have got all these ponds, but you may be noticing a lack of fish. Yes, no fishing to work with in these ponds. And in terms of gold, you usually end up with 1 gold that feels attainable. Sometimes you will get a bit unlucky like Numidan did with the 4 golds, but it can be retracted a bit like this. But usually an anchor point is there should be a deer and a berry usually located in your back corner. And I believe sheep-wise, if I'm not mistaken, did he set it up similarly to Kayu's maps? Yeah, so the sheep spawn close to your TC. Another cool intentional design choice. It's a pattern, actually. Like, most of the good maps we're seeing cooked up right now are doing away with full sheep RNG and just putting most of your sheep close to your base. I, for one, am on board with this. I think it just makes a lot of sense. Like, Lash, look at what he's scouting on the map, and then look at his sheep count. He's got 14 sheep at this stage. He's only scouted a third of the map. Numidan did get the same? Yeah, just because it's in the corner. Shout out to Kayu, who was really the first one to start doing this, and it feels like the other map creators have gone, hey, yeah, that's a hell of a good idea. And props to Avli. Avli was one of the first players to really try and diversify away from this. If you guys remember, he created Scarguard, which was the unlimited deer map that maybe kind of kicked off Pro Scout. So you can blame him, not me for that. Let's not blame the guy who made use of the map. Let's blame the guy who done it. This is cool, though. Your tie's coming out. Considering the amount of deer and the variability, I mean, it does make a lot of sense. He's already got ball value over here for maximum. Comes in for the deer and the berries. Calculates up to max again. No? Or is he just shy? Lash is going to try to be annoying with scouts, but you don't care. Like, I actually think this is a really happy matchup for Sengoku in the opening. Because this is not a Civ that's going to add in spears. It's usually a Civ that's going to go pro scouts. And by going pro scouts, they aren't harassing your tie for even longer. It just gives you this great timing in the other game of Sengoku. Doesn't look like Tundra with this biome. Yeah, I just remembered actually, isn't Tundra a biome in the game? I think Avli maybe forgot that. I remember we had this with Baltic, didn't we? What was it called before Baltic? It had a name? Or was it the biome was called Baltic? It confused the players like crazy, because I remember this happened to Viper on the first Red Bull Wololo for Age of Empires 4. Viper had a matchup which just turned into a throw because he misunderstood the biome for the map. Yeah, Mediterranean, that's right. It was Mediterranean. So I think it ended up being like, the map ended up being Boulder Bay, but because it said Mediterranean for the biome, he thought that that was the map. So he played it as if he was playing Mediterranean, which is what is now known as Baltic. Coke Township coming in. Now, one awkward thing about this map for Numidan is the lack of stealth forest. You only have 2 tiny stealth forests on the central outside point. So very difficult to get damage into your opponent's side of the map unless you completely rush across. Nice burn idea on the forge. It wasn't the valuable Matsuri. Matsuri got placed on the back tree line, which tells you Numidan is probably looking at massing farms very early on or going into Yumi. Yeah, because otherwise, why wouldn't you centralize the Matsuri here, flip a tree line, and then maybe just shove some deer in, for example. She's going to need some repairs. Spimmen have been added in, so Lash will be committing to the poke sticks. Now it does finally come home for Numidan, but it's been heavily delayed. Oh, that was sick micro Numidan with this shiv out. Punishes Lash for trying to min-max his presence. This is really expensive on the wood still, the idle time, but worth it now that he's killing scouts. Wonder if he just turns around the shivs. Yeah, he does. He traps him in, and it's a full ambush. Shinobi, I don't know how that scout got out. I think that got a bit greedy from Numidan. Nicely played. Lash does dodge what should have been a killing blow to at least 1, if not 2 scouts. Frag grenade's still clipping, but that's Shinobi. Kind of wasted, actually. Remember, this did get heavily nerfed. Now has a cooldown of 120 seconds. And as you can see, the Shinobi themselves can only lost a maximum of 45. Lash prepping pro scouts. Spear will start to harass the tie back. Yeah, good call by Numidan. Sees the first Spearman, runs away straight away. You hang around here, you die. You don't want to wait for 4 to come in and then just pin you. Yo, you want Sengoku buff? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Do you also feel like America should build more tanks, main battle tanks? Do you also feel like Greece should output more gyros per year? I feel like these things are... Oh, man. He even got that bar. Yeah, this is pretty good for Lash then. He needed something. We talked about the opening economy. Like, Numenon's going to be a lot happier with the outcomes. Yumi plus the Yari. State isn't there for Numen. I thought you might actually try and rush a bit of stone gathering just to get it faster. I think Spearman from Lash is the wrong choice to make Knights instead. I think that the thing we're saying, the problem with Knights is it feels like it comes out slowly, and I think that was his paranoia, is that he wouldn't get them there as quick, and it means your opponent would have got like an extra minute of your tie gathering at least. But like, I agree with the sentiment. Because like, you're building spears into Yumi. I thought he'd at least be following this up like a quick archer timing, maybe, something along those lines. But instead it is now going to be a pivot into the staples. Knights will kill your tie Yumi endorsement. Agreed. But I like to speak to Lash's mentality here. I think he's worried about the timing. Like, he done what he done here with the spears because he wanted to push the Yatai back earlier. Problem is, now because of this, there's just been a counterforce where Numenon walked away for a tiny bit and then just comes back out and sits here happily. Numenon. Already revealing the Yumi. Bad news for Lash. Remember, these are quicker moving archers. You can't actually get away from them with spears. Doesn't have the first knight hitting the field, but Yari Cavalry are quite threatening here. Especially when coupled with the Shinobi, which are catching up. Let's quickly get in range. He's expiring soon. There you go. Okay, so Lash, I don't think he saw that, though. But he did see the original summon, I believe, so he should be aware. Actually, did he? Yeah, he should have. They last, what, 45 seconds? He was camping over there momentarily. Lash now with the archer reaction. I assume we're going to be looking at Oda here in terms of the Daimyo, just so you can get the +1 on your Yumi. We'll know soon. Numenon isn't too far from stone now. Yumi. Is he just going castle? I mean, Lash has actually now invested quite a lot, hasn't he? He went spear, stables, and double archery. He's even going blacksmiths. Pretty cheeky if this is the true intent from Nimu. Especially considering that Lash is leaning pretty hard into archers. Like, if you just tech up now and go Mount Samurai, you're laughing. Might even call for a Takeda instead of an Oda tactic. I think it'll be very telling. If you see the Oda estates probably staying feudal a bit longer, if you see him go for Takeda, it's full ham sending him out Samurai. He has the resources. Haven't done it yet though. Yep, Takeda coming in. Boy, this is gonna get rough. Doesn't Roos fare much worse than the Japanese Sengoku matchup now than they used to? Because Horse Archers got changed. They got nerfed. They aren't that good against heavily armored units anymore. These ones are going to be pretty rough in particular. Like, you'd actually argue that Sengoku's a harder matchup than Japan for Roos with that idea. You know, at least the deflective armor used to remove like a high-value arrow. Now it's a low-value arrow. So the deflective doesn't matter as much, but what does matter is the fact that with the Takeda, you're going to start getting 5%, 10% more health. You're going to get the movement speed on your cavalry to chase down. Not to mention the attack speed from the Daimyo. I am dubious of what Lash is going to be able to do here. Then march forward. Outpost already set up. Numenon is greedy about it though. No arrow slits, no fortifications. We'll find the Yatai. Knights be able to counter that. High base damage. Gets rid of it before it can kite itself away. Numenon still has backup reserves, remember. Like, this is the other thing. This is crazy thing about Sengoku here. It's that back spawn. 52 food on a Yatai behind your base. Then you can just sit another Yatai in your base. Over here, like, what, 40 resources? Then he had the one over here for a very long time, which would have been 56, I believe it was. It's a pretty damn good map for the Civ. Also close to home. Now the dive comes in. He heard the tech up. He has to do it. The Sprunel placement on the way. Numenon's patience is going to pay off in oodles and boodles. With a Ballista in placement, the Knights will not be able to continuously dive. The first Mad Samurai have already been queued up. Numenon, he did go Sake Brewery. He's giving him an insane amount of gold influx. This is the crazy thing about this landmark. Even if you hear the tech up and dive for the gold, it doesn't change anything. Because the gold gathering rate is so good on these mats. The ninjas now coming in for flash. Grenade frag connects onto the infantry, slowing everything. Mad Samurai just chow down. Lash, he's only got one spear. He can't fight that. This is going to be a staggered retreat with more and more losses coming. Mad Samurai are going to keep vomiting out now. You just can't mess them. Nimbu can make matters worse, really. He could just go for the Cicada technology now and get that movement speed. So broad to try and turn on this. I think we've got another Sengoku dub, folks. I know, shocker. I never could have imagined it. Sengoku winning a game of Age of Empires 4 is absolutely insane. What next? Abbasid's losing a game? Wait a second. I think the sarcasm may have been a bit obvious there. He even takes the opportunity to go ball. What's the Matsuri at now? Oh yeah, it's going to be the fourth one. So up to a 20% buffer in a moment. Fantastic for the gold mats in particular. Veterancy Yumi is on the way as well. And I wouldn't be surprised to see, yep, Monastery drop already. Relics are all forward spawn with this type of style. High Trade House going to be coming through here. Get your numbers in. It's an okay one from Lash. It's nothing too crazy. Challenge now is going to be surviving this tech up. Deep breaths. Because you are at risk of going under. Yumu starts to move in. Veterancy on those Yumi are complete. Lash, awkward time to be forced into spears, but what choice does he really have? Nimu, happy for the moment just to park on the edge of the base. Crossbowman now being queued. Correct answer. Like, that's exactly what you need here against the Mount Samurai. Yumi won't kill you too quickly either, is the other detail. I wonder if it's maybe just worth going for the older estates next. Higa Yumi is still pretty sick, even when you're out of the feudal age. Oh, wow, what a smart man, finding the PC specialist link and clicking it. That is a correct way to go about buying a new PC. Actually, guys, like, for real, probably now is going to be the best time to buy a PC for the next year, I think. I have a feeling the prices we're about to see continue to inflate for the next year. It's kind of a dark time for PC gaming. Actually, console gaming as well. The prices on those components. Even the Xbox, announced their third price hike recently. Speaking of prices, it's a blood price to be paid. Jump straight in. No quick reaction out of Lash. Nice, I'm going to pull back just to protect the Yumi. Ninjas get one final grenade out before dying. Lash trying to hold on, but that Mad Samurai count is too damn high. He's going to get smashed to pieces, to smithereens. I mean, even done this without going for the Cicada tech. Didn't get the extra movement speed. Didn't need it to win this. Just cook on that. Think about that. Just how good this Civ is. Doesn't even need all the technologies to reach Prime Force. Didn't even go for the melee decks. Just raw mounted samurai with this food income behind it. And the farms, like the Sake Brewery farms, just allowing him to have the gold to just keep pumping one unit into a win. Crossbowman plus the TC will at least push Numu away, but the idle time, the map control now, I mean, with 3 Ikko Ikkis, This should just be a rush towards relics, which remember is a key win con for Roost players. They always look to those relic timings to give them an advantage. At this rate, Lash should be lucky if he gets the one right next to his base. Still so much food. That's the craziest part. Yes, he went for the forward ball, but he's still got the deer, the berries, everything to retreat towards. Then he has to think about farms. But that means for Lash, you got to survive, what, another 5 minutes? Well, maybe 5 is just a little bit of an overextension. Maybe 2 to 3. High Trade House, by the way, is 132 gold a minute, which Lash is pretty much only going to be getting passive gold. So it's at least a nice little booster there. Problem is, he needs to go Knights and Crossbowmen. That's full gold comp. You're going to need active gathering. RAM price is going crazy, which will also affect GP price. Exactly. It's affecting all types of RAM. We've even seen what was crucial the other day that we actually worked with previously have literally just now bailed on the consumer market. They're now investing all of their resources into data center providing. So yeah, it's a sucky time to be a gamer, to be honest. Time for us to all become lifestyle streamers. I'm going to be vlogging my journey to changing diapers. Whoop, whoop. I did go for Oda. Bigger Yumi. That is a very cute hunting cabin. And horrible spawn of bear. What happened here? What? That is such a cursed sport. I guess in a good way, like in a good way, a positive edge for him is like it's hidden food economy, kind of, but not because he built the hunting cabin out here instead of in here. And oh, does Numenor know? He came here to guard the gold. And Lash is gonna dodge death. Not for long. If this was mass Yumi and only a few Mat Samurai, there's maybe some hope for Lash, but it's 20 Mat Samurai. So, you know, like this Horseman switch idea from Lash, I get what he's going for, you know, Horseman plus crossbows. You can't build just premium. But it feels like at this point, you're already too far behind. Knight's going to be a little bit annoying in the base. No overreaction. Numenor now sends it. Into the base he goes. Villagers scramble to get away. Yumi just dives straight in to take out those crossbows. I'm already shrinking fast. Might have to think about Garrison reshuffle, but he's got the workers inside there, so too risky. Too late for the ruse. Mat Samurai. Make quick work of that front line. Crossbow mass is gone. Game 1 will be going to Numenor on this new map. Many things could change, but one thing that won't is that Sengoku still looks god tier. Sheesh. Hot take, data centers are net positive. Are you going for puns there? In our struggle as gamers, you choose puns? This is a serious problem, sir. A serious problem. The only solution is to find a replacement for rams. Maybe if we get enough hamsters and wheels, somehow they can maybe function as ram. Maybe. All right, guys. So we've got live series now coming in. We're going to switch over to. We'll come back to Numenor versus Lash afterwards, but live series do take priority. So we have got Scatterbrained versus Myriad in a BO3. So we're about to get that map again. McDonald's Wi-Fi for all. Has it really got that? No. The Wi-Fi isn't the problem. We're fine on the Wi-Fi. We can still steal our neighbors and it'll be fast enough. The problem is the hardware, which is why I said exclamation mark PC specialists or exclamation mark PCS. Go click through there and check out what they got. I don't know if they got Christmas sales. They did just have Black Friday sales. But if you use code Pigeon40, you'll get 40 quid off a PC, which isn't too bad. Like, I got a feeling it'll be like when we worked with hardware brands before. I got a feeling it's gonna be like pulling teeth to try and actually get any hardware out of them. Jeez, 0302 at 85 streams watched. Damn, that's some commitment right there. Look at this monstrosity. Strong push by the government behind AI, unlike crypto. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It feels like gaming is continued to be turned into more and more of a luxury, but also within that, it's become such an exploitative market in the way that developers, or rather publishers, approach it. Does that make sense? Like it's like a double bad for gamers over the last 10 years because of that. It's not just that everything's getting too expensive, it's that also the way that games try to milk you for way too much cash is silly. All right. New map again, baby. With some familiar civs. Ottoman versus Byzantines. New map on the agenda and some fascinating civs for it. Folks, this is Avali's latest creation, one of the most popular map creators in AoE4. He's created Tundra for us, and we've got two very talented players to show it off. Scatterbrained versus Myriad. Ottomans up against Byzantines, one and all. Welcome back to the channel for a fun matchup. We've been loving this one at the moment, actually. Kind of swings and roundabouts. Ottomans, in theory, should feel better, but Byzantines still have some kick to provide in this matchup. Some opportunities to strike back. Some of those opportunities sometimes come from the trade posts. Not expecting it in this particular game, given their locations. But for those that haven't seen it yet, Tundra, you've got a lot of deer food located around you, as well as some berries. No fish in the ponds. And sheep dispersion is primarily, actually entirely, within your third, within your corner. So you can, within the first minute and a half, rotate, get your 14 sheep, and be done. Scatterbrained, I have a feeling, did not have a look at this map ahead of time. Either that, or he's more focused on finding where the gold is for an outpost rush. Because he didn't do his corner. Yeah, he missed out on 4, 5? I think 5 in total sheep. Myriad is not going to make that same mistake. You see he's already rotated the back, and he'll be finishing off over here. Yeah, this is why it's important to spawn a map at least once before playing it. It may be that Scatterbrain planned this. Like, technically, he should be able to get back for his sheep after scouting. And he actually does end up snatching some from Myriad, so it may end up paying off. Myriad, oh, it's a race now. Good reactions out of SB. He realizes what was about to happen there, so we'll pull back. Myriad does get the information on the spears. He could maybe still technically snatch some sheep here. Scatterbrain just needs to gun it straight to the corner. Props to him. I kind of doubt it, but it looks like he might be able to actually come out better on the sheep game. Yeah, and Myriad's kind of gambled wrong. I mean, he saw the scout coming right to left, but he actually chose to steer right. I guess he wants to know if this is going to be an outpost or just spearmen. So he wants to stay close to the TC because you don't want to miss the villager going across. So that's a great advantage for the Ottomans here. Scatterbrained will net all of his home sheep. For Myriad, you just stay here now. See if the villager comes. If not, just rush the gold. Don't panic. Should I say that? Myriad has actually chosen to go spears? Alright, this is an unusual game. Oh, do we have predictions up? We should definitely have predictions up. If not, let's get them online, you gambleholics. I know what you guys are like. This is very unusual. Only a 1-minute prediction. Go, go, go. Yeah, you don't often see the Dark Limitane. Most Byzantine players will just rush the gold and then set up a Grand Winery still, maybe, and then, you know, Akatoy pull to protect. And then go from there. A very different start. Great start, though. That's sick. Myriad barely took any damage. Wow. Scatterbrain just getting outplayed on the spears entirely. See it in the health bars. I mean, Limitane have more health, but that's still a huge difference, even when you add in the extra 10 HP. They haven't even touched. They haven't even scraped. Problem as well is, like, when it starts to play out like this, it starts to snowball quite easily unless you blob a lot more spearmen than your opponent. And technically, Scatterbrain should be able to. Remember, his spears are 10 resources cheaper. And in particular, Myriad has to use food majority for this. It's 80-10 compared to a 60-20. If this goes on long enough, Scatterbrain will get healing though, which is why Mirad wants to be very careful not to overdo this. His damage is eternal. Scatterbrain's most definitely is not. In fact, you can see he's only 20 XP away from getting access to those in-app healers. All in on Myriad? Let's see what all in is. All in is apparently 6,000. I don't want to call you poor, but maybe you're a responsible gambler? You need to phone the wife, make sure you've got confirmation to use that much bird feed, sir. Yeah, so it's close to a 50-50 split. 58% believe Scatterbrain's going to take this. I imagine the unorthodox opening by Myriad has people stroking their chin a bit. But honestly, I don't think he really came out of that bad. You want to have Spearman to deal with the Sipahi anyway. You didn't take a bad trade. You took a valuable trade that could now force your opponent maybe to go Imam first, which has its upsides and downsides. And you're still going to get your Grand Winery with no harassment point onto it. This is fine. Myriad's in a decent position. Why is Ottoman being banned again? Is it OP again? It's pretty good. It's ironically good for different reasons, though. I wouldn't say it's ban-worthy. I think it's ban-worthy against specific players because it's such a stylistic comfort pick. Players like, for example, Louis. Not everyone is going to ban Ottomans against anyone. It's very good. It's a powerful, solid pick as a first or second pick. But not full ban-worthy. But the reason why it's ban-worthy is completely different now. It used to be that it was about the late game. Now it's the polar opposite, really. It's all about the early game. The early game is what makes them look so good. That mid-game, early game timing around like Feudal, where you get Sipahi, very, very good. Marching across the entire map, by the way. Yeah, he got tech advantage. So Limitane going to be hardened quicker than Scatterbrains. Means his gold could get idled out here. Yeah, he pulls away safely just ahead of it. Shows it the appropriate respect. Scatterbrain is going to move across to the scout just to confirm that it is indeed not going to be a Hippodrome game. Not that you really expect it. He does get the info, so he knows it's Grand Winery. Let the Myriad actually stepped up like this. You know, in the retreat, you should be relatively safe. If your opponent wants to just stay spears, you can run it just quick. If he goes archers, you can run it just quick. And if he goes Sipahi, you can turn and fight. Just goes in, milks a little bit of value, get rid of mining down. Now walks away, even gets confirmation of the imams. So sees the healing. Pro Scout nerfs have indirectly made Otto, Japan, and Biz SPs. Yes, it was a huge boost. Because like those civs, other than Japan, didn't really function that well in Pro Scouts. I think Japan didn't care as much. They had other ways of flexing. But, you know, in Pro Scouts meta, you're talking about China, Shishi, and to a lesser degree, things like French, HRE. I remember saying at the time when we started to move into that meta, it's incredible just how much you can change the balance dynamics of the game, what's good, what's bad, etc. Simply by changing something about the core mechanics. I.e. focusing on like changing how wood gathering works, or changing how fishing works, or changing how deer works, instead of changing how the civs work. Such a profound change, in fact. Scatterbrain marching all the way up with the imams. Is he suspicious of greed? I mean, you should be. With Byzantines, the real wing con is Castle Age. Got a very pretty aqueduct. Are you really Roman if it's not all in straight lines? Come on. Just attempt to sneak in there. Doesn't get himself the kill on the berries though. First Colombos have been queued by Myriad. Does end up even sniping a spear despite the Imam's presence. Combos, they're not far off. Like, this is where Scatterbrain needs to rethink his position a little bit. The spears can get sniped through the healing, remember. Remember, Lombo's going to be doing 12 damage. Oh, strike. So Flurry of Arrows, that's 60 damage done, and you see the impact of it. And you have to remember that the healing is strong, but it's only really powerful when you're standing still. And even then, combat healing is heavily reduced compared to out of combat. Out of combat is 7 health per second. In combat is 3.5. You can't really outdo the Lombo damage because of those metrics. The good news, though, is you can still keep the imams kind of around because as long as they're not too close, 5 Lombos won't be able to get killed. Especially now that he's also got the meta here. Meta that is set to the attack. Do elephants do 5 healing? I thought they were doing 2.5. But 5 total because you've got 2. They can actually fight archers at this count. Interesting that he's prioritizing the attack speed over the ranged armor. Then you could potentially heal through it. It's gonna be a brute forcer in. On the Lombo, slightly at risk, but slightly baited overextension from Scatterbrain. Ends up losing one of the Sipahi too. Steel Arrow also now on the way from Myriad. Mirrored timings really between the two. And actually, I never watched season 2 of Marco Polo. Thank you very much. So if you could refrain from spoilers, I might watch it by the time I'm 45. It didn't look like it was going to be that. Season 1 was pretty good. You know, I kind of had I like how we went from it being seasonal for TV shows to get bad. It started to infect into movies. You guys seen that? Like, I watched Ballerina the other night, the John Wick spin-off. First half was actually decent. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, this is cool. And then I got to the flamethrower scene in the final half an hour. And I gave up. I completed watching the movie, but from that moment on, I was like, this is kind of stupid. Especially considering how long a flamethrower actually lasts. I think that especially kind of stung for the John Wick series to do that, because John Wick has always been, well, not always, but for a long time, tried to keep the realism of, like, you run out of ammo and have to reload. Actually got a lot of praise for that. But then when you've got a small handheld flamethrower that lasts 40 bursts of flames, no, Myriad looks like he's done with the fuel. Castle's going to be coming in soon. Scatterbrain's army not feeling great for where this is trending either. He just didn't really find damage. I mean, Myriad just great defense. Great presence. Didn't shy away from the fights early on, which is really difficult to do against Ottomans. It's meant to be when they're strongest. But, you know, you kind of have to have that confidence to take those trades with the Lombos. If you don't, it does snowball against you. Golden Tower now on the way. Myriad at level 4 systems got to be feeling pretty good about that as well. Be able to pump out 3 Lombos every, what, 2 minutes? Okay, time to go down 1 level. We may have been greedy with this. Does look a bit weird that Myriad added in the Horseman here, I know, but it does make sense. It's not about the Horseman, it's about the use of it for Cataphracts. The only awkward part is because you chose to build a Horseman, your opponent now knows there's more Cataphracts. Step up the boat. Maybe even just try to snipe the meta. Yeah, great read there. Scares him off. No, Scatterbrain has to give way. We're up to 14 Lombomen now. This is the point where you can just get insta-snipe on your imams. Yeah, because they end up doing, I think it's about 100, just shy of 100 damage before reductions. So imams die in 2 hits, basically. Actually, I don't think I watched Utopia 1. I feel like a lot of these things are going to be fixed over the next few years with Freya and Ezra, just watching them. There was, I think, like last year we watched that Elementals Pixar movie thing. That was decent. Nowhere near as good as the good old-fashioned early 2000s anime movies, though. How have you never been found? Wait, what? He actually is quite subtly blended in, isn't he, due to the shading here. Scatterbrain. He's trying to creep into the base. Relatively unnoticed. Myriad, a slow reaction there. The Sipahi jump on in. 4-2 gets activated. That's a big find. What's Myriad doing? The army not even reacting. They're finally coming across, but way too slow. 9 worker kills. Scatterbrain now with a healthy economical lead, a necessary one, as he gets ready to go castle. It's gonna be an Imperial Palace. Whoa, what's that? They added a new landmark to Age of Empires 4? What does it do? Vizier points. You rarely see it, but it gives you an additional 3 Vizier points to work with, as well as generating them twice as quickly on the XP count. As long as you've got buildings in range. There is an influence range to this. I wonder what he's thinking about. Interesting that he didn't want free siege. I guess against Byzantines it can be a bit weird. Cataphracts are like the best siege snipers in the game, really. And when it comes to melee anyway. So instead he'll just be able to take the extra points into things like the military campus. You can go for maybe Pax Ottomana. If you go, say, 2 TC. Advanced Academy is kind of a given. I wonder if there's a... Wait, is he thinking trade bags? This is technically a decent map for trade, isn't it? Yeah, it's very exposed, but it's going to be full width. So down the line, not a bad idea. Question now is, will you get down the line? Cataphracts and Lombos walk into the base. Scatterbrain. Keep on running back. He's waiting for those veterancies. Eric does not have much burn power here, though. He needs squishy targets. And Scatterbrain has chosen the perfect moment to be hiding in the corner here. Berries, deer, all being gathered up. Buys time. Allows these upgrades to start seeping through for the Ottomans. Scatterbrain steps up to the poke. Cataphracts look to engage. Spearmen are going to target them down, scaling them away. Varangian guard count is low as well. There's really not much of a front line here for Myriad. Scatterbrain just going to be able to push him back. And this is pre-veterancy. They're starting to kick in now, though. Archer's now upgraded. Sipahi to follow. Cataphracts are just getting sniped down. He even saves the low HP ones with the healers. Baits the Spearman to have to engage. Sipahi going to rotate past it. It's a great time to chase. Veterancy just came in. Fortitude gets activated. And Myriad finds himself completely out of position. Complete ignorance of those Cataphracts. Just chases it down. Watch that Lombo count evaporate. These light cav are always just insane. Players have gotten so good at using them. Better than they've ever been. And you see how good they are in these environments. Myriad just went from 40 army down to 7 in less than a minute. Oh, this is freaking disgusting. The timing of it is tragic for Myriad. He's going to start setting up mass growth farms now. He still needs additional food and gold far out on the forward side of the base. He's at least done a good job getting relics home. Now he's going to have to do an even better job defending against what's coming. There was quite a lot of Sipahi sacked for the chase there and a lot low HP, but of course those will get healed up. Stops off at the central sacred site as well. Get gold injection. Knights now queued up as well. Scatterbrain going to get even more cavalry rolling here. Sipahi will be able to creep in. Fortitude off cooldown already. Premature activation maybe? Still gets across. Mango placement does get confirmed. The toxicity has begun. Yeah, but I don't think he's losing any, right? Nope. Low but not dead, which means that the healers can fix that all up. Really important at this scale as well. Neither side has got an insane army size, so just a few of them getting topped off on the health bars again makes a world of difference. Trying to extend the growth. The count isn't crazy at this stage. Another few going to get added in, going up to 15. Has got the opportunity to mango placement here as well. Might be necessary at this rate, but for the time being, the focus is fully on the left side. Scatterbrain returns to assaulting. Qualifications are in those. So that's going to be difficult. An immediate note comes out from Scatterbrain. He's going to need a ram to break that one. What did he do with the Vizier points? He hasn't spent them yet, weirdly enough. He also, wait, this, I just realized this is a 0 military school build. This is the first military school at 19 minutes, which is really unusual now, actually. Military schools tend to get rushed in the current meta. An orthodox strategy by Scatterbrain. Although you should expect nothing less from the man who scrims regularly with Anatan and B. Yeah, kind of par for the course when you hear that list. Triple Sacred Site. Smart choice here. Trying to dive into those obnoxious outposts can lose you a lot of army. Instead, he's trying to put pressure on, start that clock, and force his opponent to come to him. What's Miriam's win condition here? Lombo plus Kata. There isn't too much concern of Janissaries with that. Like, Lombos are a really good counter for Janissaries. Makes it a lot harder for Scatterbrain to just gung-ho into them. Passive production is going strong, guys. Yeah, we got another military campus coming through. Probably advanced academies after this. That's when you could consider Janissaries because they'll be free. But Knights is just as good here. Limitani count is limited? Ironically appropriate for the name. He only has 4 of them. Oh god, did he not realize? We'll get eyeballs on. No doubt about it now. This is definitely going to be a mass cav spam into your base. Fortified tower. With the mango shots. Scatterbrain just wants a clear target. The longer you dally, the worse it gets. Charges through. Straight for the Lombos. Cataphracts forced to engage. Land Snakes get sniped down straight away. Archers would benefit from targeting that backline, but the Cataphracts are going to get in the way of it. However, that does give access to the Cav to trade for the Lombos. Instead, he actually can test the Cataphracts. A questionable fight for Scatterbrain, but he is getting worker kills alongside this to make it worthwhile. He charges onto the tree line. He breaks past it. Most of the Cataphracts dead. Only a few left standing. But more importantly than that, the Knights do find the workers. Lombo's going to have to bodyguard this. Look at those health bars. So many at death's door. Scatterbrain will get pushed away after this, but he extends the economy lead. Now up by 14. Very expensive to do this, though. Might give Myriad an opportunity to sneak out and get one of those sacred sites while Scatterbrain nurses his wounds. Hell of a lot of gold coming in from the Belarusian. Needs to find his way into some more food. Maybe even just sell some gold to get there. Quad military school, though. And it is indeed advanced academy. Like, this is just all passive night production. Which is kind of weird. You're now saving even more gold. Like, he's not going to go Janissaries because Mary still has so many Lombos. It's getting a little bit weird, to be honest with you. Would it not have been better to be Sipahi passive with Lucy, maybe? Because you get them a lot quicker, remember. Advanced Academies, it's not just unlocking Knights and Janissary, it also ramps up the production rate by 25%. Quite the boon for just blobbing mass light cap. Decap is going to be a success. Myriad even pushes past it. He's not done. This tug of war seemingly never ending. Lombos get the snipe on the meta. Small Cataphract line, but is holding back the Knights. Archers do have to keep running, though. The Knights bypass the Cataphracts. Reset, they'll be able to hug towards this. Actually tramples to get them back in line with the formation. A sick micro by Myriad. And against this side of the pond, a perfect point to hold. Scatterbrain, he's got 11 Knights in queue. He finally fixed the macro issue. It might be too late, though. Oh my god, yeah, Scatterbrain, he has a... It's kind of ridiculous, right? He's got a 15 worker lead. He's got 4 military schools. He's got 10 Knights in queue, but it feels like it's not enough. I think that giant window where he was flowing, you know, 1, 2... One stage might have been close to 3k. Actually, you definitely have a 3k resources. May have cost him dearly here. Starts to park himself. Burns into the military schools. Scatterbrain has at least fixed the food income a little bit by playing with the deer, but the other options are blocked out. It's going to be farm clusters in the back of the base. He urgently needs more time. Myriad, well, it's going to be death in your sleep. He's already got the pillow ready and is looking to smother. Smothering Lombos would do exactly that. Siege Engineering just got queued. Lombos. Force the Knights to commit. Had a count. Could be good enough to hold again, though. Yep, tramples them through. Love it. Perfect usage to get in the way. This is it. This is do or die. Scatterbrain needs some big kills, and he needs them fast. Bypasses onto Lombos. Problem is, these units have higher base damage. They do contest heavily armored units better than standard archers. Reinforcements are now arriving. A second group of Lombos comes in. He's bogged down on the cataphract again. And trickling troops into a never-ending death. Byzantine back on the menu. Sick defense by Myriad. He handled this early game so well. It's not easy to contest the first Ottoman timings on the imams, the initial Sipahi and archers, but he baited Scatterbrain into those overextensions. He solidified his position, and although Scatterbrain came in slippery and fast, those dives simply cost him too much. So imagine being a Civ that has Janissaries and feeling so incapable of building them against Cataphract, all because he could never stop the longbow flood. Now it's turning into an awful lead. Myriad, undoubtedly with the lead now. Starts to build the Kier Cypher to get rid of the passive production. There's the only thing holding Scatterbrain on. The problem is that passive production is so loose on the front side, it is going to prove to be a fatal error. New Knights come out. Just to start getting sniped down straight away. Longbow count, good enough for that. And we have got the desperation play. It's going to be the Janissary companies. Another Istanbul Imperial Palace loss. Although I don't think you can really blame it on that in this particular game. Myriad just with a fantastic defense and a fantastic strategy to overall unravel the Ottomans in castle. Trample through, full surround, and a grind down to get Myriad on the board first. It's like 10 of Scatter's villas being killed. What, you mean the ones on the east side that we checked in on? I mean, at that point, he has like huge issues everywhere. So, let's mark it up on the board. Myriad with a win with Biz over Ottomans. Oh, that one might be uploadable. Training your army for like 8 to 10 Bizvilles isn't worth it at that point in Castle. I think you just believed the passive production was going to be stronger. I just felt weird with the archers, right? Like, you kind of get overextended. I think this is exactly what happens with Mangonel placements in particular. It's like, when people see Mango placements, their brain is like, okay, I'm either going or I'm leaving. There's no teeter-tottering in between. There's no, I'm going to poke and then retreat and then poke and then retreat. You either go or you leave. And that's the full stop of it. And so many players kind of get trapped in that, I think. Myriad, you piece of crap. They're all doing it now. This is such a classic pick for him. I mean, Myriad began his journey as like an Ottoman English main, actually, in pro play. So quite funny to see him back on them after all this time. Oh, that's brilliant. I think he's been watching a few too many Gully Deckle games. Frisian bloody marshes. Oh, that is quite funny to me. Why didn't Scatter pick China on a brand new map? Oh, you mean, sorry, in the draft. Not sure, really. If you want Tuklak, Mongol, wait, no, sorry, looking at no, sorry, you went Atri or the Dragon. Mali and Ottomans, though, like, I'm not surprised that they overvalue that. Like, that's a 3D clan special. But yeah, China was on the menu. Gamba? No. It's already up. What are you on about? Are we set up on the right side? We are. English is coming back into the meta. It's getting infectious. Other players are getting inspired. And the Swamplands seem to be their new home. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We've got to cast a game. Myriad has been inspired by the ways of Gully Deckle. More people now picking up the English in draft and actually using it. Here we go. We hop into game number 2. Myriad already with the lead. Scatterbrain takes the HRE, a classic pick for Frisian Marshes. One that I hope and pray he is not looking to go 2TC in. We've seen both HRE and Order of the Dragon try to play 2TC versus English 2TC, and it never really seems to pay off in the end. Instead, maybe a Feudal Send It or even just a fast castle build could reap bigger bounties and rewards for Scatterbrain. I'm leaning towards maybe Feudal when you open like this. He is going to be going for the Dark Age Pond play. Myriad Mirrors, so we actually might not have a 2TC English build here. Wait, is legit his entire chat history just asking for Gambas? All right, I think at this point you may have a problem.
Here worked.
We're going to call it a mixture of anti-socialism. Wait, is that right? Anti-socialist? Socialism is something different. And addiction. New gimmick for my desk? What's that thing? That's literally how I control audio. So I can mute myself like that. Yeah, so. It's called an XLR. It's what you need for a proper microphone. Maybe putting gambling in every part of society was bad. That's true. That's where we need to go next. You guys should start gambling with each other over gifted subs. Yeah. So someone's like, I am wagering 5 gifted subs that H3 wins. And then someone else like, I'll take that bet. I think English is going to win. But then I get the money. That's what I really need. I can't gamble? That's bullcrap, boy. You might be in the Dutch lands, but there's nothing to stop you from gambling on your own independent deal with someone in chat, like I just said. If only subs could gamble? I'll have to look into that. I mean, you guys do realize that if you subscribe to my Twitch channel, you get more points per time watched to gamble with. Just food for thought. So Scatterbrain, he has gone for the double pond. Myriad, I'm assuming he's just going to stop on the 1 and then play for the feudal. What's the game strat here, though? Why didn't he just go 2TC? Does Myriad just try, like, he's like, that's boring. I don't want to do that. We've done that for years. I want to be different. Come on, just give into it. Just, just build a second TC on the goals. Don't move for 15 minutes. But, have a king that walks into the enemy base. You can convince yourself that, like, you are actually being aggressive and optimal. That you're actually playing the game because you've got that one king that does things. It's like an IBID player that fast castles but builds a single desert radius. It's like, look, guys, I'm playing the game. I'm an active, aggressive gamer. Oh, step 1 is being achieved. Abbey of Kings is on the way. When we get Frisian Marsh as an official game map, I've given up at this point. Imagine how robust the ranked map pool is and how regularly it could get switched up if the good tournament maps just got adopted. I've stopped imagining that because it's like you're just dreaming of the utopia that's just not going to happen. You're just breaking your own heart, man. Don't do it. So it is 2TC with fishing. Is this better? I mean, it pads the cost of 2TC a little bit. I feel like English farms are so good. Why would you not just English farm? It's so cheap. Scatbrain. He's getting ready for his tech. I wouldn't be surprised to see mine work. Did he scout that it's 2TC now? He's in the dark. That's probably going to encourage mine work. Actually, no. This is looking like an FC with the outpost and the gold. Might just be that we get Arhen into tech. You could go mine work as well, just to go in for the barded armor though. And okay, yeah, it's getting mine work. Every time I convince myself to Arhen, it just comes back to the fact that I'm watching a 3D clan member play HRE. So why would I say anything but this? This has been popularized by B. He's been obsessed with this, and Scatbrain has been like, you know, the Robin to the Batman in that situation. There still could easily be castle play off of this. Definitely makes sense because you get the barded armor. You have very strong knights. It's basically armor clad, ironically against the English, but on cavalry. And what's up, Mr. Kojering? Thank you very much for the raid, bud. Appreciate you. Welcome, one and all. Some of these tournament maps are so much harder to play. Yeah, but you're saying that because you don't play them. Rocky River gives me a migraine trying to... But Rocky River's in the game. So the reason why they give you a headache is just like you're not able to play them regularly, I'd say. That's the thing. Of course they're going to feel that way if like you don't have access to them. Some will, yes, be harder than others. But that's... See the problem. That's fine. Dude, that's like playing the Trials game, you know, the bike game. Like, do I just want to have them all... Like, do I always just want to play easies, or do I want to try and ramp up and then try medium every once in a while? And then eventually I get good enough at mediums to be like, let's try my first hard. You know, it's like me and bouldering. I started on like grade 1s, and now I'm like grade 3, grade 4. Built it, you know? So definitely fast castle, by the way. Scatbrain, interesting that he chose 3 on the mine work. I think that's maybe a sub-optimization considering the tech here. You could have had 2, maybe even 1. Typically we see 1 for the optimal timing. But like at this pacing, it looks like it should have been 2 because of fishing. Maybe Scatbrain just hasn't practiced this one as much. Like it's well known on land and optimized well for that. But when you add in this much fishing, it's a little bit different. Mirren gets confirmation the tech up finally happening. Should be kind of like alarm bells ringing at this stage. The HRE took 7 minutes to reach feudal age. He's just going to cycle around. He doesn't see an Arhen. If you don't see an Arhen at this point, you're quite suspicious. If he just glimpses past, there's no Arhen here. Alarm bell should be going off. Technically, it could be here. Like, this is a decent Arhen because of the gold. But the tree line would be more exposed. What? Alright, it's fine. We're going castle anyway. Myriad, saving up for the white tower timing. Regnit's already on the way. Remember, Scatbrain's going to be optimizing around relic timings. Already has a second prelate, in fact. So we'll be looking to move out already. Myriad already still... Oh, yeah, you're right, my brain. Why did I say he's looking at the Arhen? My brain. I'm in a weird place. Lol. At least he's looking for an Arhen. This KP is right here. Yeah, but he's looking for an Arhen. He can't believe that this man is doing mine work against him. What is he thinking? He's thinking Mass Knights. The question is, where is Mira going to put this white tower that's going to make him feel safe and snugly at night? Because my concern is that if he plays it here, all your economy is going to be in trouble. Oh, God, yeah, he's going for it. So you can gather gold, but... farming area back here, tree lines back here. Doesn't the Scatbrain just rotate around the back? I don't know, this is a bit tricky. Like, Mirror didn't get a great spawn necessarily. Sometimes you get gold, which is pretty decent for a white tower. You can justify that. But I do feel as if you just go on the flanks, you can starve your opponent out a bit here. I guess the fishing pads him there, but it's not much fishing. Only 2 fishes. I like the lore. Scatbrain already 1 home, 2 more on the way. Soon to be 3 and 4. Oh man, losing this king actually really hurt Myriad's timings. He's not in position to intercept the prelates. This is brutal. It just takes so long to birth a new king, doesn't it? You have to wait 50 seconds for this guy. Definitely gonna be too late. By the time he'd intercept, the Prolot's gonna be what? Probably to the berry bush? Past that even. He'll at least be able to contest one relic. Maybe. The Scatterbrain is pumping Knights, and you can't mirror that. Not against Minework. Mirrored made the right call. Some people will be buffing Knights right now. You could probably go one to raid, but you've got exposed eco. You need Spearman. The Knights didn't quite clip on the clash there. Get scared away. Has the barded armor already. 7 ranged armor. This is nutty for diving the TC. Double TC even. White Tower's going to be a little bit more threatening with the 12 base, but you can even get away with that to a certain extent. Didn't realize the king production time was that long. Yep, part of the balance. Theory, anyway. Knights. Wait, but I thought they're meant to be countered by spears. No, these you seem to be mistaken. These are baby spears. And also remember, because Scatterbrain's building a bunch of prelates, you can just peel and heal. Remember, Doc. Wait, has the scout been? He's been doing this the whole time. Oh my god, that's an easy kill. Should have more Spearmen coming. I actually opted to go into Knights now. But they're not raiding, they're just guarding. Scatterbrain just playing this really well. Out into the deer now. Herod only with a 6-worker advantage, but when you consider the double Sacred Site and the soon-to-be 5 Relic Regnants, you can't even make a debate for English being ahead on economy at all. So you're building mass melee and a relic's about to be picked up. Feels weird. He will go for it, but he doesn't have a front line to protect it. My turn, my turn. I want to press the button too. And he knelt without the button press. Barded armor makes this so difficult for Myriad. He's outnumbered. King gonna get target fire down. Interesting choice considering his lower DPS, but just wants to remove the healing threat. We'll be able to scare him off. So Prelate number 1 is a failure. He should have a second one on the way soon. Like, Scatterbrain should maybe just be pumping a lot of prelates. He's got 1,500 gold right now. Please build prelates. Because your whole economy isn't buffed at this stage, right? Yeah, no, your deer gatherers are not being buffed at all. And to be honest, it's worth having a few just to heal. If it's going to be a mass melee blob, healer boys are OP. Because they can't be sniped. And Inspired Warriors is actually really good at mass snipes. Short range charge. Beautifully micro. Scatterbrain. Make sure there's no brace. Warlord coming in. Charge across. Myriad will look to intercept. Almost ends up losing the boys. Gets the club. They're struggling to stop the inevitable. Scatterbrain even just saving up. I think this is fast in, guys. Oh my god. Look at the time. He floods Knights, and he's still achieving 13-minute Swabia. And this is why Fast Castle feels a lot better than 2TC to mirror English, gotta say. We've seen 2TC by Order of the Dragon, we've seen it by HRE, and we've seen it lose multiple times doing that. But look at how much better this feels. Swabia coming in, double Sacred Site lock. Got good fishing to pad you on the way. There's really nothing negative about Scatterbrain's build. Mine work. Definitely proving its worth in the way it's been used to. Never really got to the point where he felt like he needed to dive. At the 8 ranged armor, he would have been ready for it. But Mirai just kind of kept chain feeding his knights in. He was forced to. As fast cast by HP is so good, they have great economy. The Regnants allows a relic timing. Typically, fast castle builds look to leverage advantage by picking up relics at a point in the game where each relic is like 2.5 workers worth. For HRE, it's 5 workers worth of gold income. It's insanely valuable. So finding that timing, if you're not being contested, is phenomenal. Fast castle HRE tends to feel really good against quite a lot of 2TC type civs. Because if they're going 2TC, they're trying to scale eco. The difference is they're paying to get there. When you go for castle, yeah, you're paying to get a castle, but you're getting good units in castle age, and then you're very easily getting economy back. So good. I mean, it was always the classic for H3 as well. The difference these days is mine work over Arhen. That's going to come in. Force the garrison. Needs to get some more knights out to protect, but target time actually. 3 are about to be birthed. Minor folks, Scatterbrain, he's got elite tech already on the way. Boom, 9 ranged armor. And also, the other cool thing about this Imperial Rush is Tithe Buns. Huge extra influx. Per relic, an extra 90 resources. That's going to be another 2.5 free villages on top. So at this point, each relic of 8 trees can be worth about 7.5 to 8 villages of gathering. That's a lot. It's pretty obnoxious. Especially when you consider that means that you're essentially got like, what, a third extra on your eco count? Mirrad is, of course, scattering in the farm now. But he needs time. Scatterbrain should be looking to not give too much of that to him. Maybe just a cannon. Just straight up start sending it into the White Tower. It's a good timing for it. He's still got a huge gold influx as well. Knights, 14 German elite knights walking to a bar. Nobody else gets to walk out. It's not a joke. It's just a serious crime, guys. These guys are about to commit war crimes. Marches in. Gold workers. Will idle off early. Scatterbrain. Doesn't look to rush the dive. Doesn't want to give value to the crossbows. So maybe just back off, build a second unit type here. Presumably, we're going to build a second unit type here. Spear crossbows. Is he just going to mass archers? I think you do. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good idea. Just bog standard archers. Cheap, quick to produce. Hand cannons, you could do hand cannons as well. The only concern there is, like, against English, you do get a bit worried about them adding in longbows. I think archers work just as well here because of the Imperial tax he can have an advantage over with. It just comes down to the fact of, like, does he want to go all the way through those upgrades? And boom, he will be. Veterancy coming. It's just much more efficient. Like, if you go hand cannons, it's 240 pop. Meanwhile, this is 80 a pop. You get 3 archers for every hand cannoneer. And usually the problem with hand cannoneers is when you trickle them out, they just get sniped. Cannon placements. And remember, for him, it's about urgent production because we're now 4 minutes away from an 8-3 victory. So just playing for this idea of, like, hand cannoneers, that's a 10-minute strat. Archers feels more like a 5-minute strat. And you have so many upgrades you can still leverage with all this gold instead of building hand cannoneers. You can get veterancy into elite. You can get incendiary arrows. You can get the silk bowstrings. I'm a little bit surprised. There we go. He has got the university coming now. Wonder if he'll go for bio over incendiary here. Would make a lot of sense. Yeah, with how many knights he's already got. Red's now sieging in. Outpost creep. Myriad looking to take this slow and methodical. He's also saving up for Imperial slowly. We could see a desperation botch here. Something that feels like it could easily be a necessity in this type of position. I love this little strat as well. Scatterbrain just keeping the full repair crew nearby and actually gathering the wood necessary to repair. All in one location. So he can balance it out as much as little as he needs. Ringing the bell. We're now 3 minutes away from a Scatterbrain victory. Myriad just massing out on the outposts. Just in case they get sniped. And also for those emplacements. Springold's going to give him a little bit more firepower. Myriad also prepping him an arm switch. See if the archers wants the reaction to it. Cannon emplacements are going to be problematic here. Villagers desperate to repair, but struggling now. The crew does not feel strong enough. Double treb is good. Triple treb makes it easy and breezy. Lemon squeezy even. Spears now committed. Biology is about to tick through in a matter of moments, though. 5 seconds out, and he already chases in. Scatterbrain looks to break that front line. Crossbows now in retreat. Scatterbrain doesn't need to overextend into it. He just needs to keep Myriad away. buys the time as well to get a repair crew in. Double cannon in placement now. Incendiary also following up at a point where archers can easily win the game on their own. This looks cooked. Now charging in. The archer assistance coming through. Don't think he wants to let go of this. He waited patiently for the biology, and now the knights feel unslayable. Crossbows gap closed upon. He can A-click his way to glory here. Game number 1. He was accused of overextension, and quite rightly so. But game 2, Scatterbrain shows the patience and the restriction, the discipline necessary to get the win. No late game English slog coming his way. Myriad has got one gambit left up his sleeve. One ace to try and pull. But it does feel like it's a bluff. He's going to have to go for a Berkshire. He's reinvesting right now. I mean, you've got a minute left. Like, oh. Really? He keeps reinvesting here. I don't think this makes any sense. I mean, a Berkshire drop isn't really going to work either with such a small army, but something, man. Like, we've got so much food and gold in the bank. Yeah, he's getting more production now, but this feels too late. Incendiary is also in. Like, this is the end for him. Might as well make it a pretty photo finish as you try that. Game number 3, guaranteed. This bout back and forth will be decided on King of the Hill. Which I think could end up being pretty wacky with some of the remaining picks they've got. Threat power not strong enough here, but King of the Hill is the type of map where it can be. It's so painful even just trying to step up, man. This freaking cannon in place. Game 2. Scatterbrain locks it in. Myriad wasn't even able to sack the army one more time. HRE can actually be English. Poggies, who would have thought it? Based on the recent results we've been seeing, no one would have believed it. At least not in Frisian. But he does achieve the unthinkable. And now we look to game number 3, which will be King of the Hill. Cot. What would he go for? Marlians? Would you Marley here? He's got Order the Dragon. A lot of people seem to like Order the Dragon for 2 TC. Shushi also makes sense. Myriad most likely looking at what? Iabids, I would imagine. Do you 2-clack this? I don't really see the merit in Mongols. I think Iabids is kind of intriguing though, no, right? Like with the industry wing, you get the stone to start emplacementing straight away. Maybe like Dervish into industry. And Manjaniques. Oh, dude, I'm so on point. It's mirrored as well. Like this guy, he legit has a fetish for freaking Iabids. This man loves his Manjanique. So it is going to be, as predicted, Mali versus Iabids. I watch a few many games of AoE 4, believe it or not. I have been known to dabble. All right, guys. I'm going to run 2.5 minutes of ads for you Twitchers because I'm feeling generous. But you know what? If you want to feel generous back, season forgiving, get those subs in. In fact, wait, it's the start of the month, really. So a lot of you should have Prime subs you're spamming at this stage. But remember, those are manually done. They don't automatically renew. So always get them in. If you got Amazon Prime, you've got Prime subs. So gimme. Thank you very much. All right. 2.5 minutes of ads. Boom. One second. I just want to check something. Ooh. No, just lanced a discussion on Reddit about the unfairness of like VC having to play back-to-back series while Marino had a break. I mean, honestly, this is like a constant back and forth discussion. Like, some people prefer the back-to-back games, some people like the breaks, some people hate the breaks, and there's no perfect solution. Like with the scheduling and setup like that, like someone's always going to tank it and have to have the back-to-back. Um, you could argue for different formatting, I guess, maybe. I don't know, I have been feeling it recently. Like it's weird. Like EGC days, the problem with like AoE4 and the nature of it, sometimes the days can be too quick, and as a tournament organizer, it's really bad. So you almost feel like you have to overload the days, and then you run the constant risk of it being like 8 hour plus, which is quite often the case at the moment. Like even a quick day on EGC's finals is like what 7 hours at the moment. It feels like. But the scary part as a tournament organizer is the other end of the scale is so much worse. Where like if you have a 4 hour day, it just kills your metrics, kills your rev gen. But maybe it could. I don't know. Maybe like maybe it's not a bad. I don't know. Could we have like the tournaments be longer? Maybe. For the main stage when it's like all the known players, might not be bad. I don't know. But at that point, you're then just robbing primetime opportunities from like any other fledgling tournament organizer and just full on ooga boogering EGC as like the monopoly man. It's a weird place, really. Discussion of some players' favorite players lose their sets. Yeah, it's like it's just like unfair because the same type of discussion wouldn't have been flagged when another player had to play back to back. You know what I mean? It's like there's always gonna be someone. It's just it swings and roundabouts. Like it's like the choice to like let's say like there's a pause limit. You choose to be an asshole or you choose to be generous and allow them to have more pause time. That type of thing will always come back to benefit you or bite you when you need pause time on different games like Dirt I've seen it in. So it's just like someone's always gonna have to tank it. And over time, like statistically over time, everyone will relatively equally tank that between them. But let's get ready to go. Let's get Gambas up. Wait, let's see, wrong button. This player may be the single most obsessed with the Iabas right now. Myriad is in love with this Civ. In particular, the Manganiques that, in his words, are absolutely broken. Let's see if they come into full effect on a map that is typically decided by Siege. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a caster game to decide this round of 16 clash. It's King of the Hill. Scatterbrain with the Malians, a popular pick amongst the 3D clan, and Myriad of MTE trying to lock it in with a sweet, sweet Iabid. Yeah, powerful pick for sure. Definitely one that can be very potent, actually, in these type of environments. I imagine we're looking at what, like, Dervish into Industry, I think is really intriguing. Industry has been gathering a lot of popularity, and it makes sense on this map because of that central sacred site. If you can get out here and control this, the stone immediately gets invested into outpost emplacements to lock you on the spot. And of course, the wood at the start of the age gets you all the production bonus you need to start vomiting out troops. Scatterbrain. Malians with Sofa play pretty strong. On this type of map, it can be a little bit more tricky due to the nature of the cliffs. However, this is a pretty good spawn for Sofas. A lot of in and out opportunities to sneak around counter forces. It's still tricky to just straight upright do Sofa when you're up against camels, for sure. But if there was a good map for cover on either side, a good spawn of King of the Hill, this is it. Because this is the new King of the Hill, remember, where you get almost this mirroring effect. Like, it seems like it renders half the map and then flips it, even though technically it's not. It feels like it does because of the way the cliffs spawn. Really big shout out to Cavallo on this. He really smashed it. The old King of the Hill is inferior to this one. I'm trying to think if there's anything I prefer about old King of the Hill, and I don't think there is at all. This is just a superior version in every way. Manticore coming in. It is going to be logistics, so exactly what we were expecting. The healer boys have been taking over. This is by far the most popular feudal choice in comp play that we've been seeing at the moment. Growth Wing used to be the way, but this just gives you a lot more flexibility. You either go for fast castle, or you can go for aggro. The aggro works because the healer boys can keep the first units alive. And let's say your opponent aggresses you. Let's say this was a French player. You just park your dervishes on each side of the gold workers, and the first knight can't really do anything. It's actually comedial how bad it makes a knight look. And predictions. What do you guys think? What are you guys going for? 59% on Miro. So pretty tight between the two. I think some people have seen the Manjanique powers. And yeah, the reason why Manjaniques are so much better than normal Mangonels is the fire mode. The fire mode is brutal to deal with because if you get to that stage of the game, which is likely on a map like this is based heavily on Siege, the spread fire damage, you can't dodge. You can be honest, you can be Neo from the Matrix, but it'll be a version of that clip on the rooftop where he gets mowed down by a minigun. Because the Mangonel fire spread hits everywhere. So although it's not a lot of damage, it's guaranteed damage. And the bigger your army gets, the more the guarantee of damage is, right? More things that are going to be hit, the more damage that's going to be done. So yeah, just a logical play that scales really well. And also on this map in particular, you know, you're probably thinking mass archers with a lot of civs because you're quite food lean. Especially Ibids makes a lot of sense. Usually they're thinking Sofa plus archers. She's out, we'll move across. Scatbrain, what's he going to try to do against this? What's Myriad's strat as well? Is it going to be Stables opening with a single Desert Raider? Sounds a bit ballsy against a Javelin Civ, but one Desert Raider isn't crazy. It just gives you a bit of poke pressure. Strange to see Marine Lord not making Manjaniques against Beast yesterday. Depends on the map and the situation. But like typically, the idea with Ibids is you kind of play tempo on the mid-map while picking up relics. And then once you get in position on the edge of a Malian base, you're one of the best civs at breaching that base. Because usually Malian's biggest advantage is they hide in the structures areas and use mass archers to trade out. But if you're scudding that area with rocks, you're not only hitting their army down slowly, you're then hitting all of the infrastructure. And that's really where it begins. Like these 4 house areas, these pit mine areas, they've historically been a big advantage for Malian comps. You guys remember Gonzo Javelin, for example, becomes a burial site because of all the fireworks. Outpost going to be coming out. Can I ask a question without getting the banhammer? I mean, don't know. Depends. Like, what are you going to ask? Just shoot. So is it normal for AoE4 casters to talk over each other like they were doing constantly yesterday? I don't think so. I like to think I don't do that. Sometimes I will push my voice through because like I'm usually seen as the primary play-by-play. But even then, if I've been speaking a lot, I'll give way. I'd say in general with a lot of AoE4 casters, there's a tricky balance to try and figure out of like understanding the give and take of the mic. And not many people understand that because AoE4 is not really a full-time casting scene for the majority of people. So they're more in the amateur caster variants. It's not like, for example, having OD Pixel and Fog from Dota 2, right? Or having like the Counter-Strike Grand Finals casters. In general, the best way to approach casting is to treat it as a discussion where you bounce between each other. And like the other thing is, especially these people who've never been in a live environment where it's even easier to understand when someone else wants to say something, it's difficult to know when to pass the mic. But in general, like I think there's, even when you look at most scenes, when people get started casting, their biggest challenge is feeling like they need to say a lot. Especially if they at some other point in the broadcast didn't say enough. The cool thing is like when you say a little bit, your opponent, your opposing force on the cast can then say something else, and then you say something back. It's much cooler that way. It's why I've always loved the Artosis Tasteless combo. Just feels like two lads with a beer having a good chat. But yeah, I don't know what the cast yesterday was like. I didn't catch it. Growth coming in. That's interesting. He didn't go industry. No, I mean, I guess he doesn't have a move out into the outposting straight away, but it feels like it could have been an option though. Scatbrain just doing the normal. He's heading towards that ranch timing. Guess he's just trying to get the most value out of this initial window because if you remember, guys, on this map, your goal with King of the Hill is usually to end the game optimally around 20 to 25 minutes. And the interesting thing about that is like this huge injection of villagers, like 7 extra villagers, that counts for a lot there. If this game went 30 minutes, that's kind of a drop in the pool, isn't it, right? But at this point, we're talking burst. Because this is what decides games. Lock this in, run that timer all the way down as quickly as possible as soon as you got an advantage. Long-time RTS view is not a good one. I think like it's hard to find full-time RTS casters. Also, like I'd say RTS is one of the genres that suffers from the content creator arc. So for example, I even get this. Like I've told you guys before, I think I'm a worse caster these days than I was like a few years ago because I spend so much time solo casting. So RTS casters typically spend a lot of time solo casting, or they are like part-time casters and there's other things that they have to work through. But like, you know, you see this in loads of different scenes where you got like your T90s, your Daves, whatever, which is a very different dynamic on LAN as it's online because I think the best way to describe it is when I had Grubby. I done a cast with Grubby 2 years ago, I think. Love the guy, and he was a really big fan of my content. He said so before we got live. But when we got live, this isn't like shade at Grubby. It's just I understood why. He started speaking a lot, and he would just continuously speak a lot. And it's because he's used to being a solo content creator, where the expectation on you is to be able to hold that conversation for hours. It's like a very different skill set and very difficult to hop back and forth between solo and duo if you do a lot of solo. The great relic yoink, already 2 on the way home. Camel Lancers to follow up. Scatterbrain walling himself in makes a lot of sense here. Expecting Camel Lancers. I like listening to Grubby. Yeah, but that's the thing. It works as a content creator arc, right? But Grubby's goal is to be a content creator, not to be sole a caster. So like the approach that Grubby would take on a mic compared to OD Pixel and Fog, like I gave an example earlier, very different. And he does great at what he does. Yeah, Anatan, we need a new tier list. I need you to put me in A again. I think my favorite part about that tier list is like at first he justified it because he doesn't like play-by-plays much. And then he immediately sniffed Aussie Drongo's panties. But you didn't put, like you could have, like actually you could have put Grubby on your caster tier list because he has casted Age of Empires 4 before. That's the missed trick. Cam Lancers, good initial contest. I think the problem here for Scatterbrain is having enough spears to just kill the Cam Lancers. Otherwise, the Dervish can heal, but Myriad hanging around a bit long there. He does get blocked off the cap. And remember, Ranch is pretty strong. We've got 12 Fulanis. Cam Lancer micro good there, though. Pulls away. Doesn't... Oh, that was sick. He got across to the hill just in time. He was trying to stay close enough so that you couldn't hold the Javelin. Works out nicely. Scatterbrain could turn for an attack here and get a kill, but doesn't realize it. We'll be able to follow up with the Javelin hurl, though, so still gets the connect. Myriad now with an Archer switch, and the timer has been kicked in. Nine and a half minutes to go. Yeah, like, I mean, a perfect example of this, and it's different people's taste, right? Like, a perfect example of this is a certain guy that has his own controversies, Rich Campbell, where when he came to Dota 2, a lot of people loved what he done, but compared him to Shiva or Red Eye or whatever, it was a very different style of hosting, because he was a content creator, whereas they were professional full-time hosts. So it's complete, like, it's what I mean. Like, you know, when you have scenes where you wear multiple hats compared to scenes where it's just one style, you'll see very big differences in how the role is approached. And some people love that, some people hate it. Camel Lancers are weaker than Sofa. I mean, when Fulani economy's in, I can kind of see that. Uh-oh, we got a pause. Anatan's a subsidiary of Beastie? Anno, when were you going to tell me? What do you mean you're a subsidiary? You mean I've been paying Beastie all along with all your winnings in the KPMMs? What the fuck? Anatan has the best caster tier list. I can't remember most of it. I think the main war was the Lidical one, right? That was like, that was going to be the controversial one that I can remember. No new caster tier list yet. Whoa. I look forward to being A- next. Thanks. Yeah, your tier list was shit because you didn't have enough plus and minuses in between. You needed to have the cop-outs, you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, man, I don't think he's quite A, but I'll give him a B+. Plus. All right, looks like we got some pause. What the? Yeesh. These boys puff up a lot of smoke. Okay, we're back at it, though. So he's just trying to break straight into play. It's a ballsy maneuver, but it's maybe going to buy time for the outpost to come up because Scatterbrain, he's taken the bait. Falls back. Has to react to it. Great move by Myriad. Outpost could be a game changer. The sofas. Ooh, he's body blocking the archers. A crafty maneuver, but also an expensive one. Let's be careful on that count. Some more camels coming through, though. Archers switching and crossbows also on the field from Myriad. Seem to be. So the chase continues. Oh, though. Second wave is going to at least come in. It's all about giving no breathing room. I mean, if you bolt gonzos like this, there is a creeping world in which Springles could actually come out. You just kind of have to keep that pressure up. Don't give them that breathing room to actually build anything. Now, we do have the Sultan Mamluks coming through. A nice little damage buff there. Cam Lancers hold on well, and the Sofa count, not so much. He peels them away, though. He does stop the outpost just as it's about to be completed. Myriad still coming out of that better when it comes to the trade on military, especially the chase down afterwards. He still also has those dervishes to top off the health bars, and there's plenty to get healed here. Even starts microing away the injured, something that wasn't being done a little bit earlier. Forward armor is now going to be on the way. Ranged armor 2 as well. But we are getting those springles we mentioned. This is a really smart move by Myriad. Especially in these choke points, if you start setting up more outposts, it's hug points that Sofa can't break through as easily. So it just lets your springles stand there longer. Wall. Oh, the wall! Too late, Myriad! Has to touch tail and run. Wheelbarrow will help a little bit, but this is still an expensive loss. He needs food. Even the wood line for bulking up those archers, that could be next on the hit list. Villagers are going to be creeping back out. Camel Lancers come back to mirror the move. Archers stand their ground on the front line, though, and he has got Springles now in play. With emplacements to follow, so starting to stack up. So far, good find. Villagers running back are going to get cut down. Okay, Scatterbrain starting to feel a real lead now, especially when you consider it's a full Arnie. Springled. Turns to the shots. He is able to be repairing at the moment, but the Sofas will club it down in the end. So the Donzos now getting to melee range, but crossbows are arriving to try and contest that. Archer plus crossbows will hold this. It's the Sofa damage on the backside that has me worried. What a damn good raid. 15 eco kills now. Sheesh. What? That snowballed quickly, and Myriad has still got to hold on for 5.5 more minutes. Decent amount of backline as well, it has to be said. Like, Scatterbrain is only playing full melee, remember? With, you know, hybridized javelin throws, but it doesn't really add that much damage in when you're trying to brute force a location. Still, just feels like we're getting to a point where Myriad's going to have to pull everything to the center, and I'm worried he's not going to be big enough when he has to do that. Coming down more. 3 more worker kills achieved. Constant knock at the door that Myriad has to worry about. Angenique's now being added in. Good timing as well, actually. Catching and switching archers, but Scatterbrain takes it a different way. Musafadi is intriguing considering you saw Springles last time you looked here. Also, you won't be able to sneak in because of the outposts. Remember, outposts do reveal stealth. So I guess he's focusing on raiding more. Dangerous, though, with this timer running down. Like, you're running out of time fast here. With 4.5 minutes until a victory. Scatterbrain have time to get that raw mass. I mean, it's 3 Manjaniques already. Once you get to 5, this gets ridiculous. Especially considering the way that Scatterbrain's playing it. Like, this Zerg idea gets heavily crippled by mass Manjaniques. You're going to have to spread super wide when you look to engage. Cam Lance is just knocking. It's like, hey, you still alive? Like, you know, just... Hey. Hey. Anyone home? Is he trying to hide the Musafadi? He is. Pulls him all the way back. It's difficult, though. Remember, Camelances have more vision than standard knights. So they tend to see things easy. He saw that. Oh, no. Wait, did he, though? Scatterbrain, he tried to recover it by using the stealth. Did Myriad see it? This is really important, actually. Because if he knows it's Mass Musafadi, Springles might just be back on the table. Is he going spears? If he goes Gulam, I don't think he knows about the Muso. If he goes Spearman, I think he knows. He's going Spearman. Okay, I think he actually saw it. Oh, no. Scatterbrain. Getting in position. He's got one big shot at this. 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. More fortifications coming through. The Manjanique's getting hugged. The racks also function as choke points to defend with. And he sees it. The scout gets eyes on the full comp. He knows it's not Donzos as much anymore. More crossbowmen, more lancers. Spears also. Sneak out into the deer. I mean, a good time for it, considering Scatterbrain shouldn't really be looking much at raiding. I mean, we've got a trickle Sofa into the main, but he doesn't really have time to check the flanks fully. Myriad, is this all-in point? Just pull the workers all at the front? Yep, it is. It's that time. He's marching forward with everyone. All hands on deck. Spears don't count on Musafadi. Yeah, the cost efficiency is definitely Musafadi ever since they received a discount, but at least they don't get melted like Gulam. They can help out against the Sofa. It's a little bit tricky against the archers for sure, but he just needs cheap bulk. There's nothing cheap other than Spearman you can build as a front line here. Even the house. I love that. Even a house so you can actually hide the Manjaniques in it. And here they come. Sofa from one. Muso from the other. Scattered shots coming through on his Scatterbrain's army. He looks for the dive. Wait, the pathing! He gets close. Cav starting to get in the way. Spearman trying to body block it out. He's stacking up. The spread damage is high. He's also got the spread heal. Archer's now moving in. Manjaniques. They're bringing that army low. A keep drop coming in from Scatterbrain, though, to secure the site. Hugging the site right now. It's paused the timer. We're a minute away from victory, but the Manjaniques, they're going down. 2 remain alive, but no doubt about it, Scatterbrain has found the vault. He'll find the break. Myriad will be going out. Scatterbrain able to emerge victorious against a top 4 player from the previous week. Valiant attempt, but Myriad, the problem here, just look how close it was. The Springles needed more time, but Scatterbrain just mass floods it before this trickle damage could shut him out. He still needs a decap. He's got a wave of Sofa, but this is the smarter play. The Ram. It's actually a genius move. Myriad still has got villages. Could he actually pull this off still? I mean, I thought it would just be clocked and over. There is still the ram threat. Maybe? Why prematurely called... I mean, he should be dead. Surely. But the decap still needs to happen is the problem. Alright, I'm going to refund my call. It looked over. It looked like the type of move that just has you calling GG. So far coming in now. Round pausing the timer. Oh my god, dude. This actually also deals with a big threat. Forcing him to commit with the melee. Castle is going to assist there. Clock resumes, but guys, it's more rams. It's just going to keep producing them now. This is so annoying. On both sides, right? The sprinter placements deal with any sofa dive in, but the castle deals with a trick of lances. And he's got 1,500 food income. He should be able to afford more bio units to deal with this, but the castle DPS is so high. He's also got a wave waiting inside to just ungarrison of villages if need be. And now, there it is, the break-in. A weird and uncomfortable situation, but Scatterbrain's big brain into Rams has given him the solution. Yeah, I think this is like where things could have got shaky. A lesser player would not have done this. But the Ram realization, it is definitely now. Damn, sprint on placements always just shock you at how good they can be. I mean, props to Myriad for almost clutching at the polls to get back into this. But as we called it, it is going to indeed be Scatterbrain with a succinct victory. The villages are way too late. I mean, I think, by the way, like, telling that fight, Myriad had one Hail Mary in his mind, but Scatterbrain just 2 steps ahead. GG. Marlians will take the win. The Manjanique strat is scudded a lot, but it just felt like it didn't have enough reload. The Marlians continue to look like kings. I mean, maybe I, like, called it over slightly too soon. It felt like it was over after that fight. Like, who can actually remass? I think Myriad made it look convincing for a moment because he played out onto the pocket foods. So he had, like, a remass available. But, yeah, no doubt about it, man. Like, that ram read by Scatterbrain locked it in. Full double-decker punch to end it. Also, I know there's like a lot of discussion going on. I mean, I didn't want to respond to it at that moment. I'll do it now. About what the caster list. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna theorycraft or like speculate Beastie's feelings on Drongo one way or the other. I mean, he does refer to him as the GOAT caster with the Outback Octagon stuff. So, I guess he resolved his issues there, if there were any issues. But like in general, when it comes to cast lists, whatever everyone's opinions, everyone has their different opinions. Like, some people love Drongo, some people hate Drongo, some people love Beast, some people hate him, some people love me, some people hate me. The big thing that you learn very quick if you want to survive in this industry is you cannot try and appeal to everyone. You have to discover your niche, your fan base, and then just build it from there. You know, like, I had this literally on Saturday where I think... Well, I saw Mirror was typing chat, and I typed in chat, and then it got into an argument over having live drafts, and I tried to explain while also casting why live drafts isn't done, and then like half my attention is on that because I'm trying to focus on the game, and I just got into an argument with like I think Bella, that rubbed me up the wrong way because I feel like in the past she's always been picking, so I know that's a person I'm not going to appease, but I don't know. I just think I shouldn't even engage with it. Basically, like, the discussion was like, why don't we have live drafts? And I explained it as like, because it's seen as if you had to cut a piece of the production that's seen as boring, like, it's the one that makes sense. And it is true. Like, panels in general, like, they're an essential part and they do add stuff. But even though there's people that will like live drafts and longer panels, a lot more people would prefer, like, you know, if you pulled the whole collection of people and you're like, who would miss drafts? There would be some people that say they would miss drafts, live drafts. But there are people that would say, I'd rather just be in game. And the people that say they would miss live drafts would also still enjoy being in game, if that makes sense. So that's a big part of the thought process. Also, in my opinion, the argument fell apart when it got to comparing to like Counter-Strike and Dota 2, where legit they will hire a separate panel. Like they'll hire a dedicated host, an analyst that will dissect the draft and the games in between games and then switch over to casters. That's much nicer because then you're getting different POVs. So, Group A talks about it and then pass across to Group B that might have polarizingly different takes and talk in a different way, right? Like that's an important thing to consider there. And then on top of that, it just makes the days longer. And we just discussed how the days are already insanely long. And for the casters and the production, they don't get paid more for the days being longer or shorter anyway. Yeah. I think my round out there after it just getting spiteful and the responses from Bella back and forth was I think I just bluntly said, in an ideal world, the scene is big enough that we could afford to have a host and a panel and they would break down the games and you could do it from a live draft perspective and it'd be interesting. But we don't have that. In that ideal world, you'd also have someone just who's a full replay man instead of production doing it on top of what they're already doing. Because the other thing is literally per what you're doing there, if you have live drafting per series is adding 5 to 10 minutes at least per series. Yeah. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up on what's already a long day. I don't know. It was decided quite a while back that it just seemed like a piece that wouldn't be missed. Because, the reality is, once the draft is complete, you can still talk about it. You could try to make it epic. I wonder what he's going to ban first. Whoa, it's a Lancaster ban. What a surprise. But I find, by the tail end, you have the whole picture, and you can talk about the interest and divergence of the draft when you have the full picture. You're Scottish and you love me, so everyone should. There you go, guys. Can I get a French person that loves me too? All right, that's an argument for everyone loving me, Kappa. Never seen a King of the Hill game where the one losing sacred sites doesn't surrender. Yeah, I thought he'd just tap out straight away, and that's why I kind of called it to give the epic explanation. But props to him for having one more hurl at it. Some people are better in a pair than they are casting alone. I think everyone is better casting in a pair. It's just some people don't want to put the time into that, or they haven't found their pair. You just have to find your person. And Zoe, what's up with the toxicity towards console gamers? Jesus Christ. Those console gamers are kind of important. I can guarantee you they definitely help in keeping Age of Empires 4 alive. What's that hate? Jesus, anyone would think you're a Warzone, not Warzone, anyone would think you're a Battlefield person getting sick of aim assist. Sheesh. Draft is important, but honestly, the casters have time to talk about it with. Exactly, that's my thought. It's we usually have some time to go over it. And the nice thing is, even if you don't go over it fully in game one, let's say game one is a stomp and you get back into lobby. Now, for game two, before it begins, you've got enough time to dive a bit deeper into what's happened with the draft. I find that a lot better, personally. If you had a full, if, for example, so let's spec this out, right? Let's say Kraken and Dabson are on the mic. And then I'm on the panel with Myriad and Warman. That makes sense. You've got a full show there. Yeah, do a live draft, hype it up, talk about the stories, etc. I also feel in terms of narrative storylines, there's a lot more to go over in Dota and Counter-Strike because they're games that have existed for a lot longer. And also, you're talking about 10 different players as opposed to 2. So there's a lot more things you can weave into the stories there. It's not impossible, baby, but my point is, in terms of things you could fish up that you haven't fished up, there is arguably more of those games. Full stop. Have I been bouldering lately? Yes. I didn't sprain my leg. I full-on broke my ankle in a really rough way. So I have been back climbing. I'm getting pretty good at it again. I need to start. I've been playing a vlog series. I want to start a vlog series up on that, actually. So I need to get onto that. But yeah, I'm back climbing. Should hopefully have content of it. Any pros talk about the double pick? I asked a few of them on the broadcast. I think the overall take is that it makes the game a lot more complicated, which to me sounds like maybe they don't like it that much, because you have something like Beastie feels like there's already too many civs. Me and Beastie will never agree on this. I get it. It is a lot of civs, but I think the variety is kind of cool. I don't mind the idea that you could specialize in 50 or 60% of the civ pool instead of all of them. It's a bit hit or miss maybe sometimes. And I understand, for me, I'm looking at it from a content creator and like entertainment value. For him, obviously, from a pro player perspective, you want to feel like you can know everything. So it's very different. But I remember he said that on like the broadcast, like it already feels like a lot of civs to catch up with, and now you got the snipe system. I know in the past when I'd had him on a cast with me on EGC, and he asked how many civs I would like to see added. I was like, I don't know, 6 years. Like 6? You want 6? He's like, I think 3 would be okay. I was like, dude, I come from a game that literally has like 120 plus hero selections, 10 people in a lobby, and then in the game they have item builds, etc. I don't mind variety, but it's very different from person to person how they feel. But yeah, like for me personally, and by the way, we're going to finish off the Numenor last series. Numenon's up 1, remember. He won with Sengoku up against Roos. For me, like, I don't mind that extra variety. I kind of want that variety. It's refreshing from, like, a viewing perspective. But I know it can be overwhelming from a playing perspective. But yeah, that's why, like, I'm probably, what I'm going to do is trying to compile feelings on the snipe system after the EGC tournament completes to see how the players feel. And then think about whether we want to do a snipe system, because I had actually thought about bringing in a snipe system in towards the end of KPMM season 1. I, funnily enough, actually talked with the admin for the EGC tournament, Tune, about it. He's like, let's maybe wait until the new civs get added. I was like, oh, fair enough. So clearly they were kind of cooking something similar at the time, I think. But game number 2 for Numenor versus Lash. Let's see what we got. If you like other RTSs, but Zero Space looks like it's doing something interesting. I only played a very small smidge of Zero Space. I didn't really have much time to dedicate to it. But it seems interesting. I just think like my worries are going to do the same mistake that every RTS that could have an esports scene does, where they try to force the esports scene. And I'm kind of not buying into that logic anymore. I think it's also like with my content, we've talked about this, like the thing we've done with the Sonic. We played Sonic. For those that know, like check out the Friday VOD. You'll find it hilarious. We played Sonic using only our voice. And I found that really refreshing and enjoyable. It was nice to do some content that wasn't just esports focused. It's like my mindset going into 2026 is to try and do more expansive content that doesn't just, jump. Jesus Christ, I've jumped so many times. That doesn't just focus on esports, because I've done that since 2018. And it has been a mixed bag of experiences. I love esports, but I'm also conscious of like, what could I do that A, won't bum me out, B, will provide living for me and my family. And like, you know, I've just constantly been putting all of the chips on esports with, I think, reduced ROI in the last few years. I know, it's very weird. Like 3 years ago, I had my best year of esports. And then like immediately afterwards, I had my worst year. So I just want to try to like, I still want to do esports stuff, but I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. I know way too many people. I have way too many friends that have been like, have done that and have basically just crashed out of esports over the years, which is kind of depressing. Funnily enough, a lot of the ones that are still trucking through aren't all in on esports. Like, I love Dez. Dez, I consider him a good mate, even though we haven't ever met. But I think maybe decent mate, he'd feel the same way from Rainbow Six. And like someone that's great for him is that he literally runs his own software dev business. Not software dev, it's I forget the name of it, CRM type stuff. While also being a caster, and it's just a smart move, really. It's like content creation is a ballsy thing with casting to do, but the idea is like, okay, how could we diversify this a bit so that like we're expanding to new areas? Hence the vlogish type series I'm gonna be doing around my climbing. Hence the challenge modes like we just done, beating Sonic with only your voice. And I'll be looking at things like, for example, you know, if we start to get a lot of interaction in chat, I really want to start getting you guys involved, like letting you interact or i.e. grief me in those games, which has kind of always been the dream. Like, I remember when things like Twitch plays first came around, I remember just thinking back to that recently. I was like, damn, I always wanted to do that kind of stuff with my community. So we got some fun stuff cooking. Tomorrow, by the way, I think it will be another AoE 4 day, but the goal will be to, after that, next week, we're going to move to like Tuesdays and Fridays being variety days. I was going to do variety tomorrow, but I don't think I am, because I'm still spending a lot of time on that first edit of the Sonic one. So I haven't had as much time to prep the next variety stream. But next week, we're going to be aiming to get towards Tuesdays and Fridays being the variety days, where we should have some really fun things coming up. But let's get ready to get in game. We've got Ottomans versus Mali for game 2. I'll just catch up with chat and then we'll get into it. feel like one of the problems is not just specializing in all civs, but even if you can play 12 out of 18, you still need to know 12 times 18 matchups. For sure. Like, it's a lot. But in the best series, though, if you pick a character in one game, is that character unavailable in game 2? No. But only one team can pick it, right? So, like, if I pick, like, let's imagine, like, this game works like that, right? We don't have mirrors. It's like, it's the same no mirror logic. But, like, you have to realize the amount of permutations of Dota 2 that's going on. Because you have over 120 heroes. They can all play different ways. They can play different laning formations. They can then go for completely different builds. They can play 1 through 5 on terms of priority for farming. Like, there's so much crap there. Like, Age of Empires 4 is a complicated game. But, like, I think the easiest way to explain it is, like, when I moved to casting from Dota 2 to Age of Empires, I went to my mom. I was like, because she watched a lot of my streams. I was like, this must be really complicated to watch. And she was like, this is actually infinitely easier to watch than Dota 2. Dota 2, even though she had watched hundreds of hours of me casting it, confused the crap out of her still. But she got the gist of AoE quite quickly. On a granular level, there's a lot. But like on a zoomed out level, I think a lot of AoE 4 makes sense quicker than Dota 2 ever would. It's easy to watch. Yeah, it's easy to watch, but I think it's also easier to kind of digest things. And explain them to people, you know? All right, let's get ready, though. New game. All right. In we go. It's a normie old Motomans versus Marlians matchup. God, there's a time where you just constantly saw this. This is going to be game number 2 of this series between Lash and Numidan. Numidan, of course, leading after you got Sengoku in the opening. Motoman's looking pretty good right now, man. I think like both these civs are really, really strong. These are both first pick type material civs actually in the current meta, believe it or not. Like if you've walked away from the game for a few months and come back, you're probably scratching your head going, huh? What? Since when? Yeah, times are changing fast, folks. These two, Kushki, I think is a good word to choose for them. Ottomans are pretty nice with the feudal timing. I think Marlians, they try to lean into that sofa play. Not sure if it's as advantageous when you're faced with Ottomans in the second age, though. Just because of the fact that Sipahi can trade decently into sofa anyway. Very easy to understand concepts in Age of Empires 4, but harder to execute. Exactly. But like within that, it's kind of weird because that should make AoE4 a very easily accessible game because you just described easy to pick up, hard to master. But I think like when you start playing RTSs, it's actually still very hard to even begin because it's a different feeling than most other genres have. Like I think, so for example, Dota 2, I would definitely say is a more complicated game than Age of Empires 4. And I say that as a person who's like watched a lot of AoE4, played a little bit of course, and played a lot and watched a lot of Dota 2. But what it has going for it, what MOBAs have had going for it is combo meal. You know, one is you play with people, so it's not just you hopping in on your own. Another thing that works really well for MOBAs is the fact that they exist in this kind of easy to pick up from an input perspective. It's technically not easy to pick up, but it's made easy to pick up in the idea that you come in and you focus on this one thing and you don't get, ADHD brained a million different places, you know? Technically, there is a million different things going on, but you at least can always anchor on focusing on your hero, even if you end up playing crap because of it. In AoE4, you could just sit here and queue villagers, but eventually you're going to have to move those villagers, and eventually you're going to have to look at other things around and do things, you know? In a way that, like, in Dota, League, MOBAs in general, you could play a game and just never look at what the rest of your team is doing, and still feel like you're doing something, if that makes sense. So we have got the Spearman opening just from the military school, so not a rushed play, which makes sense. Marlians will typically go into an outpost if you Dark Age rush them. So this way, you just kind of get a little bit of poke damage, maybe burn a house or two, but you don't have to then feel like you've overinvested because these units were for free. Whereas if you go Rax and your opponent builds an outpost, well, that now sucks. I've been forced to build a Spearman to try and burn this down, but he's balanced out the play by, yes, wasting 100 wood on an outpost, but I've wasted more on the spears. If I get into bots most of the time in the beginning anyway. Oh, you mean with like MOBAs? Can be. Not always the case though. If you have a group of players that know, they'll drag you maybe elsewhere. But like that's true of both genres. I just think once again, the pick up and play element of MOBAs is clearer. I think it's cleaner and easier to understand. Like, well, easy to understand is a weird way. Looking at it, no. Because what is this weird hedgehog thing and what is it doing? Compared to, oh, look, a spearman beats a knight. But when you start playing it, even though you've got all these absurd things, it's like, there could be a cajillion things going on, but the way it's happening to you all at once as you extend into an RTS of like over here and over here and over here and over here. And like when you get to like the top level, you talk about RTS pros and MOBA pros. You know, that's fine. Both of them can handle that. But as a MOBA player, you know, I might not understand all the intricate mechanics, but I can kind of focus on them one by one without feeling like I'm throwing a game. Whereas RTSs can quickly make you feel like you need to focus on something. Once you're past that stage and you start getting into the deep, slight, subtle permutations, etc., like I'll always say, like Dota 2 has, I think, more to learn to really master than really any RTS. And that's not to devalue the skill; it's a different skill set entirely, really. But you know, there's a reason why over the years I've still maintained that Dota 2 is the most complicated esport on the planet, without a doubt. Even more so than League. Some League players won't like hearing that, but I think like League has a higher, reflex APM type skill level than Dota 2, whereas Dota 2 is like the old man's MOBA. You know, you dust off your tomes of wisdom and figure it out, sort of thing. 100% easier to jump back into AoE4 than League than AoE4. Yeah, because the other thing there is also because you have this shared responsibility. You might not know arse from elbow, but there's 4 players on your team that might. So it also kind of pads you. That's another reason why MOBAs have been traditionally more inviting than RTSs. Even with the toxic elements of like teammates telling you you suck, there's still that element of like a game doesn't deter you necessarily because the game feels unwinnable as much as an RTS if you have no clue what you're doing and jump in. So Lash, we have got the cows coming in. The Moo boys are on the way.
İş bizi bekler.
It's just going to be Sapahi's plus the Archer spam, which is expected. What's kind of rough for Lash, though, is he went Archer's speed. Now, we did say about Surfer being a bit tough to pull off here, because Sapahi can kind of run you down gradually. But the concern here, you know, you're not even playing Javelins. So you don't necessarily counter the Archer play. But the Archers will counter you. So it's a little bit unusual from Lash. I mean, it's only 3 Archers so far, right? He saw Spearman, he needed to react to them. So maybe he'll see a switch into Jav now, but it does look like he's just being very greedy, doesn't it? Yeah, we've got additional cows coming out straight away. Bit of a curious choice here. Numi, of course, already having the double military school. Did go for the Imam point, which means these early trades are really difficult for Lash. I am a bit concerned. I think, like, old school Ottomans, where they didn't go the Imam point, I could see what he's cooking with. The problem is, once you add in Imams, there's a lot more constant diving that occurs from Ottomans. That's concerning, because you don't have enough units to stop the Imams at all. Which means you can't stop the supply. Second ranch coming up. He's still just committing to those cows. Actually, no, he stops with the fertilization. So it's just like a double ranch and then field play. Kind of pricey right now, though. No? You're already losing a house. Pitmine's quite a realistic target here for Numi. Chain healing just continues. Remember, the spears do bonus damage against Cav, but it's lower than the normal spears with the javelin throw. And also it's classified as range damage, which means that the armor does take effect. Just very, very difficult to actually get enough Donzos to insta-snipe Sapahi. Now, you may have stopped producing cow temporarily, but obviously still plans to go back to it. Because like right now, it's not like you can rush out to win a fight. So it seems like Lash's goal is still focused on economy. My concern is Numidan's goal is focused on killing. Incessantly so, actually. He's just spamming for it. Plays out on the deer. Just give him that extra food buff. Lash is going to be forced into more houses pretty quickly, actually. Yeah, we also have the medicine timing on the way. Like, this is a big boon. For example, right now, Lash's damage is primarily range, not composition. There's balance between melee and range. The problem with that is it means ranged armor can actually reduce your effectivity as well. Has at least started to drag the Sofa into the equation and make it better though. Lash now popped. It's gonna start spamming up more behind this. Gonna have to spam faster. This snowballs really quickly. Especially with it being primarily Sapahi on the way. I think this is a reaction to the first jabs being seen. Imams, they're just going to stand there? Sofa's trying to club them down. Feels like a bit of a wasted effort, though. His archers aren't sniping them either. The Imams are just being ignored. This is a fatal error. If you just snipe one, it means the second one can't stay on the front line. Instead, they're both just standing there, neglected, ignored the entire time. Most definitely not abused. Lash, it's time to build more houses, mate. You know, he's a player that gets a lot of shtick for being a late game focus player, but we always try to back that up. Early game, he earns his ranking. Early game, he is a force of nature, and that's exactly what we're seeing in the second game. Done. About to burn another pit mine. Good news, at least Lash doesn't have to worry about building more houses yet. Bad news is less gold. Lash comes in. Imam's still not being target-fired. We'll start to retreat away. This is getting rough, man. He's lacking the front line. Yeah, look, it's full range now. Which is going to make Numenon's next fight a lot easier. It's just so many light have. What is that? He's been leveraging military advantage while attacking, and it's no surprise when you look at the destroyed value. The destroyed value difference is ridiculous. It's almost the cost of Castle Age. So of course he's able to afford this. I'm gonna go for a cheeky raid now. Hello. Wrong timing though, because actually he didn't realize Lash went back out full onto the goal with a pit mine. Just take the one workers like, oh, okay then. Oh my god, if you only knew. One workers down there. That could have been game ending. If he catches Lash not looking for a second, intercepts through here, boom, that's going to be what, probably 10 plus workers dead? Especially with the 4-2 detail, just gives you so much burst on the Sapahi. Numidan. He's done with the second age. Mehmed now on the way. Lash is going to be forced into something desperate, isn't he? He can't rush a Fulani. Even if he did, he wouldn't have much income. Rushing out is going to be difficult with this Javelin strat. But if you hear the tech up and wait just 1 minute, the veterancies could kill you alone. Priming now the third military school. Yeesh. Oh, Imams are going to be seen, but Snoopy don't want to fight this. Actually shows up respect. Starts to back away. Will be forced to engage, however. Sapahi do go in. They run straight past on the Archer Javelins. It's only 4 Donzos. No way you can protect the ranged. Great striking. Numedan just melting the assault. Marlians looking dead before the castle even completes. He hasn't even triggered that Nahamed. Grim Tidings to Lash either way, right? If this was an all-in feudal resurge, or the castle either way, Lash doesn't really have much to contest with. 6 Sofa left alive. Just seriously, this unit. Are we going to have to change it? Is it going to have to be 50% more attack speed, but 75% more damage received from melee, maybe? It just feels like they don't care. There's only a few Donzos, mind you, but the way they just brushed past them like it was nothing. Simply Sapahi for the win. Veterancies on the way. Lash, here comes the desperation. Is he actually going to try to play feudal? I think he is. Okay. If he triggers Fulani here, with the army so close, it's going to be a dive. But if he builds Donzo's mass to try and defend, archers vetted are going to beat him too. So you kind of have to thread this needle, do them both together, start the trigger, and then just spam out spearmen. Because the Sapahi are the fear factor. They're the thing that will kill you. As easily as they killed that worker. Dive comes in. He does get eyeballs on the racks. He knows exactly what's happening. He almost would see the Fulani. It'd be an inch deeper, really. Keep in mind that Sofa raid has been shuttered now. More Sapahi on the way. Grand Fulani not quite seen, but give it just a second. He's not going to stand still for long. He's pretty much ready to instantly dive an age up here, guys. This is pretty good. Man, Lash out in the round of 16. It's rough. This week is stacked, by the way. There's a lot of known faces. There's not many free passes or easy passes. By the time you're in quarterfinals, you are deep in dangerous territory. You can just see it, guys. Like Lucifron, we've got Yadi, Voldemar, wow, this goes on. Don't care about him. Dives in to deal with the Raxes. He can just kill the cow now. Actually choose the back away. I wonder why. Maybe he's just waiting for the ranged armor too. Maybe he's expecting a bigger raid than this. I don't know. Does feel like Numedan is maybe playing with his food a little bit. But he just says screw it. There's no point. This is absolutely chalk. GG comes in. A 2-0 victory for Numachad. 1 to 2 unique units or a hero for every civ would be cool. Yeah, that sounds like a complete revamp. I mean, not out of the world of possibility. I remember I said, like, once upon a time, it felt like eventually we get to a stage where we had all these variants, and then you just try and fold them in to a default civ, and, like, you get in a game, make a choice, right? Like, imagine if you had French, Jean, Burgundy, and then you start the game as, like, French, and then you chose Jean or Burgundy, and that gave you extra buffs and advantages. Obviously, the problem with that, though, is that deeply complexifies. Is that a word? I mean, complicates would just have worked. Oh, no, it is. Complexifies is. Yeah, it deeply complexifies the nature of every civ if you do that. But it would have been a cool idea. But yeah, it's just like, I mean, you're already talking about a genre that's complicated enough. It doesn't really need more complication. The idea at least sounds cool. Okay, so, what did we do today? We done Numenon versus Lash. Yeah, so I think tomorrow we'll do more AoE 4. So plan for this week, guys, is going to be AoE 4 tomorrow, AoE 4 Thursday, and then on Friday, I'm going to line up some more variety content. So we're going to be doing some cool concept. I mean, I've got a list of ideas. I'm weighing up which one we're going to do. I'm trying to think which one we do, actually. I don't know. I won't spoil it. But there's loads of things in there. Retro games, open world games. We're cooking up something. I need to figure out modding for a few games and see from there. I also need to start creating some basic scripts. There's some things that I want to try and integrate into the stream. They're going to need like, voice activation. They're going to need basically like voice triggers. They're going to need Twitch, the ability to read Twitch. There's a lot I want to expand into here, basically. Did I end up beating Robotnik my voice? I did. You would have known if you stayed. There'll be a video coming up. It won't be on the main channel. I'm going to make a secondary channel because it doesn't make sense to put those two different niches on one channel. But yeah, we beat it at the 7-hour mark, actually. Yeah. Gradually adding in some better optimized commands. But yeah, tomorrow, quarterfinals. And then grand finals Thursday. 7 hours? Dude, like, I'm telling you. I don't know if we've got many people here who were there at the time, but those that were there, they enjoyed the suffering. They enjoyed watching that suffering. Like, yeah, Drum was there for 5. Oh, man. I hope. I don't know. I feel like I'm editing down. Like, I feel like my editing is going to be dog shit and that no one's going to like it. But, like, it was a weird feeling. Like, this is what happens with me when I edit videos because it's like a perfectionist type problem. Like, I got 4 or 5 hours into editing this video and I went inside and I just sat there and I was eating and my brain was like, no one's going to want to watch this. This is going to suck. It's like a really weird negative spiral I need to try and get my head out of. Who knows? Maybe I'll be right and it will suck. But the whole idea is, in life, you got to be willing to fail to figure out what is right. So I'm not expecting to get it all right, but I'm expecting it to be a great direction for the streams, a great direction for me, and also a really important one. Dirt has the multiple unit control, yeah, and also like the active abilities is like a blast from the past Warcraft 3 because like you've got active abilities in LoL, but if you explain to a League of Legends player the active abilities on items from Dota 2, they'll say every single one is OP. But yeah. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't think the next Fright stream, I don't think it's going to be a voice command stream, but we're going to try and do something different. Like the ultimate... I had one idea that's like the ultimate fist fight in a certain game. Or like how many of X can Y beat. I'll line someone up though. Like I've got a few days to think about it. I just wanted to like take one and pluck one. Like I said, it comes down to the idea of like what sounds like it could be cool and then just straight away smash into it. Like don't overthink it. Think about enough. Because if you overthink it, you lose a lot of the wonder of the surprise. Like I didn't overthink the Sonic voice command run too much. And then when we got into it, we realized a lot of issues we didn't think about. Like for example, velocity. Inherited velocity is like a big thing because Sonic doesn't necessarily just stop straight away. He continues for quite a bit. But yeah, we'll cook. I think there's like some cool 1 HP runs that could be quite freaking hilarious too. I think one big one I'm looking at because I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential. There's Cyberpunk. I've been playing through it off stream. There's some really fun things I think we could do with Cyberpunk. Double jump felt like a game changer. It wasn't. Double jump was so dog crap in the end. One of the big things we decreased the gap between it taking voice commands, and then we just got much better at feeling the flow. So it was like jump, jump, jump. Whereas before we'd say jump, jump, and it would be like John. So like but I don't know. I'm trying to feel like even now I'm sitting here thinking because like I've edited up to the point that we like figure out Act 3. And now, like, I'm in, like, in the editing stage, I'm into, like, sorting out the Eggman part. I reckon the video is going to be, like, 18 minutes long, which I think is decent. Would have been nice to maybe had it shorter. But we'll see. I don't know. It could be hit or miss with a new channel entirely, I guess. It's so weird trying to make a new YouTube channel. I've talked to some people on this. Like, trying to build a YouTube channel from scratch is really weird. You need to smash the short form as well, or it just doesn't work. But, guys, I'm going to get ready to end the stream. YouTube and TikTok, thank you very much for watching.